no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. It's science.
It's a great day for being sad. Follow the between.
Climate and everything are the same word.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Consequences.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I see that you know your judo.
That's hot.
China.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Aren't I a good guy?
Illegal.
I don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Problem here. The county needs to step up and own it and resolve it. Get this water out of here.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and the never-ending void. Hope you've been having a good day and or night. But it's time for us to get to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. It's time for us to take a little journey. Good to see everyone who's already shown up. So Life, Disco Wolf, Selena Mary, 123 in YouTube chat, Moanoip, Mrs. Jen's Cats, Jonathan, Lady Badash, Del Sol Verde, Aaron W, The Clarity Carl Inverted, Bob Treesh, the second, of course, Nadia Yvette Chambers, Looney Tunes 9000, good for Gabby. Good to see you, good for Gabby. Philip Blair. Anyone else? I think Delso Verde, I see you. Rude Interplanet Janet and FG and Schmegley. We got so many space peeps in the chat. Okay. Better get to it. What do you say? Alright, I suppose we'll start here. You know what, before we start, actually, there's something I want to say to everybody. Now, happy Sunday, FUNDAY, to you all. And to those of you who were here for the show yesterday, I'm very sorry that it ended in a very unconventional sort of way. Unfortunately, that entire video did not save to the YouTube servers. So we're going to do a little bit of the political content from yesterday today again. For those of you who already saw it, I'm sorry. We're going to do it in a slightly different order, with a few extra add-ins and perhaps insights. So, you know, it won't be completely the same, but some portion of this will be not new to some of you. Okay, let's start with this. This one is actually, shockingly, not necessarily related to just Americans. Let's watch.
Sleep is vital for our health, but according to the CDC, more than 1 in 3 adults say they are not getting sufficient sleep. Now, new research suggests it's not just how much sleep you get, but when you are going to sleep and waking up that matters. A recent study from the Imperial College London found night owls, those people who stay up late and wake up later, appear to have superior cognitive function, while early risers...
You hear that, chat? You hear that? I don't know if you did. That's for you. Because as night owls, people who watch the Galactic News Network tend to be such types of folks, and guess what? Superior cognitive function. That's all you, according to this study right here. That's not me saying it.
Had lower scores on the cognitive test. Azizi Seixas is the Associate Director at the Center for Translational Sleep and Circadian Sciences at the University of Miami. Professor Seixas, thank you for joining. The researchers in this study found that people who stay up late had, quote, superior cognitive function, while early birds had the lowest scores. How did they reach this conclusion?
Well, this was a large study done in the United Kingdom with about 26,000 individuals. And essentially what they were trying to do is that they looked at different, what they call chronotypes, people who were morning folks, people.
See, they did the science, people. 26,000.
It's science.
26,000 in the survey. Turns out, night owls, better cognitive function. This isn't me. I'm not making these things up. That was PBS NewsHour. Told you, Sunday FUNDAY. Trying to live up to the name. Okay. Let's go on. I just figured I'd start it off with that, just for a laugh, you know? All right, let's get to politics. What do you say? This is from The Good Liars. 26 likes, oh god.
What are your thoughts on abortion?
On abortion? I'm pro-life, so.
Pro-life? And if there could be more gun control that could save children's lives, would you want to pass that gun control?
How would that save children's lives?
The mass shootings, guns. Guns is the leading cause of death for children in America.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Yeah. No, it's not.
You know, it is. It is.
No, it's not.
Guns is the leading cause of death for children in America.
Okay, but that's... Thank you.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity to try and think through this response. Let's see what he comes up with. He's got a little bit of extra time. thanks to this lady here handing out flyers.
Okay.
Ah, damn it. It was so close. He had a chance there. Come up with something. Sadly, it did not go as well as I think he was hoping. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I almost forgot. To do this. You have 20 some odd likes, I believe. So there is the first character. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I was gonna roll over a character from last stream because of the sort of unexpected ending. You know, I'll roll another one for you. Free one. 11. Okay, let's go straight into this. Here's Donald Trump responding to questions about his personal attacks on Kamala Harris.
As far as the personal attacks, I'm very angry at her because of what she's done to the country. I'm very angry at her that she'd weaponized the justice system against me and other people. Very angry at her. I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her intelligence. And I think she'll be a terrible president. And I think it's very important that we win. And whether the personal attacks are good, bad, I mean, she certainly attacks me.
I think it's very important that we win, so I will say literally anything, true or false. Either way, it's important that we win. Say terrible things about Kamala Harris.
Me, personally. She actually called me weird. He's weird. It was just a soundbite. And she called JD.
Don't be weird. Help! I'm being repressed! That is... wow. Rude.
How rude. Weird. He's not weird. He was a great student at Yale. He went to Ohio State, graduated in 2 years, at the top of his class, and all of these different things. And we have this guy that's running a very failed state, who's had a terrible career. I mean, you have him saying they're weird. No, he's a weird guy.
California, failed state. It's gone. If you look on a map, they've taken it off because it's completely failed.
And she's weird in her policy. So I don't think so. I don't think people know who she is yet. When people, because really people didn't know. You can ask the man on the street. I saw it on one of the shows today. They asked the man on the street, what's the last name of Kamala? Nobody knew. It's
Nobody knew. I'll tell you, I know what it is. I looked it up. I had to look it up. It's Harris. My right to insult her because she said J.D. Vance was a weirdo. That's not right. That's mean. You don't say that about J.D. He went to Yale, okay? There's no weirdos at Yale. Not a single one. Look it up. Okay. Well, let's look at some of the polls. It's a bunch of them. Oh, but first... hold on. You know what? Before we do that... You know, I should have put these in this order to begin with. It's just stupid. Okay, let's go to Donald Trump here.
What are your thoughts on abortion?
No, wrong.
On abortion?
We already did this one.
I'm pro-life, so...
We know you're pro-life. Alright, let's go here. This is Donald Trump responding to Reporters' questions about recent poll numbers, which are not going well for Trump. Okay.
Fine.
From some of the polling out there, I know you're saying that you're leading in some polling, but there is other polling out there. A Fox News poll out just yesterday has you up by just 1 point. How do you break away?
1 or 2 points, yeah.
One or
Fox
two.
News has always been my worst poll, believe it or not.
Very worst.
Even Fox News had me up by 1 or 2 points yet.
Fox News, they hate me over there. They refuse to be fair.
Illegal.
Okay. So yeah. Now, here's the thing about his claim that, oh boy, hold on. Before we address that, let me make sure I get all your support characters on here. Why is my stream software already acting so stupid? What is the reason for all this? Do I have this? What do I have open right now? Normal things. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Alright, need Cisco. What else did we have? We got Astrid. We had Gary. And we had a Pink Panther. Okay, fixed it. Now, speaking of poll numbers, Donald Trump is, as we just saw, objecting to the unfair Fox News poll numbers that only have him up by a point or two, as he said. But the Fox isn't the only people doing polls.
Illegal.
So let's go here. First off, let's start broadly. This is project538.com. They keep track of all sorts of different polls. This is the polls for the national election. And this is for just like the last month, right? If you go back here, see this is July 24th. So about a month ago, right? They were neck and neck, essentially. At one point they were in fact tied right around here. Or there's like a 0.3% difference back here before August comes nationally, right? But as you can see, that keeps widening to what is now essentially a 3 percentage point advantage right now for Kamala Harris in the national polls. Now, this is an aggregate of those polls. And here are some of the polls which were aggregated. YouGov, Harris 49, Trump 47. YouGov also 51-48. Outward Intelligence 49-43, 53-47. Both these are all from within the last week. RMG Research. This is one of the ones where Harris is actually down. One of the only ones. If you look at these, there's only a couple where you see that she's down. 49-50 here at this Fox News poll from August. That's probably the one that Trump is quoting. But as you can see, the rest of the polls, not looking good. Not looking good for old Trumpy.
Illegal.
Alright, now let's go on to here to actually look at some more specific polls about some specific states. Actually, no, first let's go to this one. We looked at this yesterday, but we should look at it again. Here is CNN. Let's take a look at a particular group of American voters who are fueling Kamala Harris's polling surge.
With Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, the presidential race has reset, but how much has it reset in terms of the gender gap among voters? That is what our Harry Enton has been looking at for you this morning, and he's here with us now. So set the scene. How are men and women responding to Harris? What's the big reason why Harris is gaining in the polls?
Yeah, all right. It's the gender gap. It's something we've spoken about in politics for a long period of time, and we're really seeing it here. All right, let's take a look at the national polls first. This is Democrat versus Trump margin, and I want to point out this is average across the same pollsters. Look at Biden versus Trump, women and men. What we see is the gender gap is working in Donald Trump's advantage. He holds a 9-point advantage among men.
I just noticed that we're like getting some kind of lag right now. I'm not sure why. Anybody else seeing it? I just noticed it. Hold on. You're a night owl and you're brilliant, so the story about better cognitive function checks out. Certainly, that's science. That's how that works.
It's science.
It looks fine now. Maybe it was just momentary. You've been seeing it? Okay. Yeah, I can see it, kind of. It's moving just a fraction too slow. All right, let's just try this again.
Margin, and I want to point out this is average across the same pollsters. Look at Biden versus Trump, women and men. What we see is the gender gap is working in Donald Trump's advantage. He holds a 9-point advantage among men against Joe Biden, and Joe Biden only held a full 4-point advantage among women. But take a look now. Look at how the race has changed. Instead of having a 4-point advantage among women as Biden did, look at Harris's advantage. It leaps up to 11 points. In fact, men haven't changed their voting patterns at all, at least in the national polls. A 9-point advantage for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, a 9-point advantage against Kamala Harris. What has occurred is women voters are flocking to the Democratic ticket. Look at that. Look at
What's going on, man? Why are we voting for Trump at a +9 nationally here? Come on. Get it together. But this right here, this is perhaps not unexpected, considering the very depressed sort of support Biden was getting. But 7 points is a huge jump for such a short period of time. Okay, we don't need to go into this too much more. Let's go on to this next poll. I don't think sexism can explain it because it was Trump versus Biden at +9. Now it's Trump versus Harris. It's still +9. Zero change. That can't possibly. I mean, I guess it could be just generally speaking, not specifically being aimed at Kamala. Okay, let's look at some more polls here from CNN. This is from a day ago. Who has the momentum in the latest presidential polls? Let's find out.
We have new polling showing Harris gaining ground on Trump in some key Sunbelt states. CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton is running the numbers for us. And Harry, we've got some new numbers out today. What do you make of them?
tight. That's what I make of it. We'll take a look at the 4 states that New York Times Siena College polled over the past week, and I want you to take a look at the key in the yellow. all within the margin of error. So we got Kamala Harris up by 5 points in Arizona, Georgia, Trump up by 4, Nevada, Trump up by 1, and in North Carolina, where Democrats want to play, you see Kamala Harris up 2 there. Bottom line is...
Yeah, and I know we looked at this poll yesterday, but once again, video got deleted. But this is pretty huge, right? If Kamala is winning in these states like we were talking about weeks ago now, which seems to be coming to fruition. If Kamala has the advantage in states outside of the blue wall, if you will, in the South, like North Carolina, like Arizona, it really opens up her options, her paths to victory. And it's pretty huge to see this development happening before our eyes right now. When we were looking at polls earlier, you know, when she was just being announced, I was saying it. I was like, you know, she can make progress in these states. That there's clearly some room to improve. Room that I think Harris probably has the ability to make up. Seems like I was right. Okay.
Jessica.
And Harry, what groups are helping Harris close the deficit that Biden had and close this gap?
Yeah, what are the groups? Well, if you know anything about the Sun Belt, you know that Georgia and North Carolina have a lot of black voters in them. Arizona and Nevada have a lot of Hispanic voters in them. All right, so this is a vote choice across the Sun Belt swing states among likely voters. Look at how much better Kamala Harris is doing now than Joe Biden was doing back in May. She's getting 84% of the black vote. Joe Biden was just getting 74% of it back in May. How about Hispanics? It's basically the same story. Look at this. Kamala Harris is getting 54% of that vote now, compared to Joe Biden just getting 47% back in May. I will note that Harris is still actually somewhat underperforming what Joe Biden did with these two groups back in 2020, but she's doing significantly better than he was doing back in May.
What does the poll tell you about the different ways that...
Okay. That's enough out of this CNN piece. Let's move it along. Soul Life got mad and deleted 8-Ball the other night? That can't be true. Is that true? Is it gone? Why would he do this? I'm pretty sure I'm the one who made that command. Why would he delete a command? Soul Life has gone rogue. Hate to say it, we might need to do something about that Soul Life. My God. My God. Out of control. Okay. Now, let's go here. This is Forbes breaking news. They got some clips. They got some clips for us. Let's go down the Forbes breaking news clips road. Eight Ball's gone. Okay, cool. All right, let's hear what Donald Trump has to say to voters considering voting for Kamala Harris. See what he thinks of you. I'm sure it's good.
Rounding campaign.
Quick follow-up on the economy. You mentioned this in your remarks. Vice President Kamala Harris wants to put a ban on price gouging. Do you think that the federal government should be responsible for determining food prices?
Well, not only responsible, they probably can't do it legally, and that will drive up prices.
Illegal.
She wants no fracking. Now, she may go and change that. I think she's already changed it. But she wants to have no fracking. I want no fracking. But for her whole life, she said that. No fracking. Then about, I don't know when, a couple of months ago, all of a sudden when she started looking at polls, remember this, she all of a sudden says fracking. I don't think I won Pennsylvania, and I did much better the second time. I won it in 2016, did much.
Okay, what in the hell is happening? I can see it, it's lagging. It's clearly lagging right now. This is pissing me off. I'm not sure what's causing the lag. Internet speed right now is fine. I'm gonna try to push through all of this. Alright. Let's go here. It's still lagging, isn't it? Yeah, there's again. Lagging again. No idea what's causing this. How does that not change anything on this? Is it overdoing it that much? Maybe if I stop using Chrome entirely. So I have to, yeah, that could be part of this right now. Wow. I think that might have been part of it, but still too much running right now. This is part of the problem. To not fix it. Though it does look better. Still saying I'm using like 100% of my CPU, but I think that was definitely part of it. Ugh. How do I deal with that though? How do I not? I guess I could do this. Let's fix it. Do it this way. Sorry, chat. I am trying to find a good way to deal with this right now. I think I figured out what's been causing the fucking lag this whole time. Now I just have to figure out what do you call it? Way to do, well, just a way to do the same shit I was doing before. Will this go smaller? Oh, that's annoying. It still looks better though. This is making me feel good. At least I feel like I've actually maybe figured this out. Please tell me that this is what it was. We'll just never have this happen again. Please. Apparently I foiled myself. Now I can hear myself talking. Fix that. Yes, Monop is right. Click live so that you're current on the stream. It does seem to be better. Yeah, I definitely foiled myself. I was trying to use 2 browsers simultaneously this whole time. And I do think that has been part of the problem. I could be wrong. Although I might be wrong because I think I just saw it lag again. We're gonna try. It looks way better. Alright, let's try this again. This is at that same breakfast foods press conference that Donald Trump held. Here is him talking about how he plans to take down Kamala.
Please.
Two quick questions here. Nikki Haley told our Brett Baer that Republicans need to stop whining about Kamala Harris, focus on courting those independents, those suburban women, the moderates out there. What do you think of that strategy, and would you consider having Nikki Haley on the campaign trail with you?
Sure. I think that we've done very well. I think that we're hitting a nerve. I think this is a different kind of a race. All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country.
Very low energy. All we have to do, very easy, we just say Kamala Harris. She's a no good commie, that Kamala. Kamala the commie. That's all I have to do.
I fought Nikki very hard. I beat her in her own state by legendary numbers.
Oh, I made Nikki look very stupid in her own state. So, yeah. And I mean, that does seem to mostly be the strategy of Republicans to some degree in all things. Just say you're a communist and it's bad. Let's hear about some other people that Trump thinks is bad. That group of people being major news networks.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Not a very good wordsmith, they say. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to have a debate at some point. They gave me the worst network to me is ABC. Worse than NBC, worse than CBS,
Illegal.
worse than CNN, the home of George Slopadopoulos.
Sloppy
A
doppy.
nasty guy. I said, George, I've had you up to here. So, and I said, nasty guy. The hatred. And yet when he interviews Biden, like 2 weeks ago, he interviewed Biden. It was like the nicest interview. What flavor ice cream do you like?
So nasty to me. Then Joe, Sleepy Joe, he's like, oh, I love you, Sleepy Joe.
Illegal.
Okay, Trumpy. So very sad. So very sad. Nobody will give poor Trump his due, at least in his mind. Why won't anybody be nice to me?
George, I tend to like vanilla very much. With me, they get into a lot of subjects that a lot of people don't like talking about. But ABC's the worst. And that seems because they won't do it on Fox. They've turned down the Fox. You know, I've approved 3 debates. They've approved 1. The only one they've approved was their network. And now it came out in the New York Times, of all places, that the head of the news and the head of the whole thing practically...
The head of all of the news, the news head of global news said, oh, that Trumpy.
Kamala and her husband...
By the way, who is that? Who's the person in charge of all of the news? Is it Rupert Murdoch?
News and the head of the whole thing practically is Kamala and her husband, lovely husband, best friend. Her and her husband are best friends with Kamala and her husband. And I'm supposed to do the debate. But, you know, with Biden, they thought I would...
Very best friends. Now I have to answer her questions. That is illegal.
Illegal.
And I'm sure that he's not exaggerating at all. So yeah, wait, hold on. Let's skip to the end of this because I think he just sort of shotgun lists off all of the worst news organizations at once.
He's so sharp. He's sharp like a razor. So, but I surprised them. I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. And people said, are you crazy? I said, look, it's the only way you're going to debate. If we do anything else, they're not going to accept it. And these people are the same way. They offered me, we were supposed to have Fox on September 4th, and they said, no, I accepted it. I don't even know what's going to happen because I've accepted it. They haven't. So maybe they show up, maybe they don't. But I think it's sort of on for September 4th, but I don't think they're going to come. And then we go and we do the debate with ABC. ABC, again, I call it ABC fake news. So bad. They're so bad. They're so dishonest, in my opinion, very dishonest people. But I find them to be the worst. And I'm a professional at this, you know, because I watch who treats me the worst. Now, NBC is horrible.
Was that
CBS
English?
is horrible.
Uh-huh.
They're all horrible.
Horrible.
These are horrible human beings.
They're very
but who treats me
horrible.
the worst? ABC fake news treats me the worst.
very most
and that's where
horrible.
they want it. Where her best friend, it just came out.
Now, I haven't looked into this one, not gonna lie. I have the sense that she's not best friends with Kamala Harris, and that perhaps Donald Trump is in fact exaggerating here. You want me to go to sleep? Why do you want me to go to sleep? That makes no sense. Don't you know? Night owls have the highest cognition of all groups. Why would I go to sleep now? This is early. We already went over this earlier today. It's just science.
It's science.
Okay. All of those news organizations, so terrible. Horrible. So, let's go here. Let's find out. There's another group of people that apparently Donald Trump does not like. Let's find out who he's talking about. Oh my god, I hate this song so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is very nice. This is very nice, I have to say. First of all, thank you. Sheldon and Miriam were best friends together, and I was in their group, and we just had always a great relationship. Known her for a long time. Sheldon was one of the greatest businessmen in the world, and she's turning out to be one of the greatest business women of the world. You're doing a great job. But I really, I have to say, Miriam, I watched Sheldon sitting so proud in the White House when we gave Miriam the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the highest award you can get as a civilian. It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman. It's right. And they're rated equal.
They're rated
she
equal.
She got the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and she got it for...
They're rated equal, but it's actually much, much better than the Medal of Honor, because all those stupid Medal of Honor people, they're always getting shot and dying. Miriam Adelson never got shot. Much better. Sheldon, her fantastic husband, billionaire, casino owner. I really do hope that that veterans who like Trump see that goddamn clip, because if you get shot, believe me, Trump isn't going to be changing his opinion. He is going to still continue to think that Miriam Adelson has been much better for this country than you because you got shot. I mean, come on, pal. You had a chance to not get shot, and then you did, in fact, get shot. What does that say? Because you're a very horrible person. Yes, Miriam did, in fact, give Donald Trump a bunch of money. I wonder if that factors in to any of that. I'm sure it doesn't. He's a very scrupulous man. Let's go here. I can barely say that. Let's talk about Project 2025. Just a little bit. One of the reasons perhaps Donald Trump is in fact losing ground, as it's incredibly unpopular due to its wild plans.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Here's Democracy Now!
We begin today's show with a new undercover video that shows the co-author of Project 2025 bragging about his ties to Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, even as Trump is trying to distance himself from the right-wing blueprint for his potential second term. The video features Russell Vought, who is director of the Trump White House Office of Management and Budget. It shows Vought meeting in a five-star Washington, D.C. hotel with two men he thought were relatives of a wealthy conservative donor. But Vought was actually talking to two undercover reporters with the Center for Climate Reporting, an independent British news outlet. They were secretly recording him. In a minute, one of those reporters will join us. But first, this is the video report accompanying their new investigation. It's called Undercover in Project 2025, the secretive second phase and the radical policies for rollout on day one.
Two undercover reporters posing as donors are about to meet one of the key architects of Project 2025, the radical plan for Trump's second term, in a hotel suite rigged with hidden cameras.
Nice to meet you. Would you like coffee or something? I'd love coffee, yeah. Great.
Meet Russ Vought.
Russell Vought, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget.
He's been called the most dangerous MAGA diehard you've never heard of.
I am opposed to the Department of Education because I think it's the Department of Critical Race Theory.
The Russ Vought were comrades in arms.
Illegal.
Formerly a cabinet member and chief lieutenant in the first Trump admin.
I want to thank Russ for doing an incredible job.
He now runs a group called Center for Renewing America.
An organization that I helped turn into the Death Star that is accomplishing all the debates that you are reading about. I think you have to rehabilitate Christian nationalism. You have the largest deportation in history, block funding for Planned Parenthood. I want to be the person that crushes the deep state.
Vought is one of the key authors of the blueprint for a second Trump administration.
Project 2025.
It's an ambitious 920-page blueprint.
Like eliminating the Department of Education.
The mass firings of civil servants.
Banning access to the abortion pill and further restricting abortion rights.
In recent weeks, the plans have become so controversial that Trump has been forced to distance himself.
They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the
radical right and the radical left. That's different than the old one. I feel like that's changed somehow. You remember when he was scared to call out the radical right? I think he might have, somebody mentioned it in chat, I think he might actually have PTSD. Ever since he got shot, he's been acting a little weird.
Don't be creepy.
I suppose almost getting assassinated and becoming a footnote in history books. And let's be real. Donald Trump in history books, those books are getting vandalized. I mean, he's probably already in them. I haven't seen a textbook in a minute, at least not a current one. Did you realize the Death Star wasn't a good thing? In this analogy, you don't get it. In this analogy, it's a good thing, okay? It's very different. It's a positive planet-destroying super space station bent on Christian nationalism. And what's wrong with that? Hold on, we're just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Government, the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research. But what I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him take it to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum.
And for Vote, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideological agenda when in power.
So I am very happy with the JD pick. I think it's transformative for sure. And he's, think of him as a member version of what we do.
From 12 Rules for Life.
There's no think tank, no policy organization, no battle plan creator other than us for the worldview that I think Donald Trump has and that JD has.
But as public backlash against these plans build.
And by the way, here's something you should keep in mind. J.D. Vance actually wrote the foreword for Kevin Roberts, the leader of Project 2025's book, which has now actually been put on hold. It was supposed to be released, I believe, sometime this month, and has now been indefinitely held off for reasons I'm sure nobody here could possibly glean or but you know, like, for me personally, what I think immediately is, oh geez, Project 2025 is so toxic and is hurting the Trump campaign so much that this guy, the head of the Heritage Foundation, had to hold off publishing his book, which has a foreword from the vice presidential nominee. And they're so concerned about getting those two in office that he's willing to hold off on his life's work. Well, I mean, aside from the Heritage Foundation, of course. Oh, just wow.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Exactly. Jordan Peterson makes a good point. I can't believe he would hold off on the greatest work of nonfiction of the 21st century. Jeez. Alright. Well, it's not just Trump who's causing their polls to go down. There's also, this guy, J.D. Vance, who we were just talking about. Here's him responding to reporters, asking him point blank, why does Tim Walz have a higher favorability than you in polls?
Thank you, Senator Vance.
Sorry.
It's okay. A new ABC Ipsos poll was out today. It shows that Governor Walz, Vice President Harris's running mate, has a higher favorability among Americans than you do. What's your response to that poll? And also, what can you do ahead of the October debate to try to win over more Americans and your campaign?
Well, look, I don't put much stock in polls, especially at this early level. I think Governor Walz was nominated just a couple of weeks ago. He's received a ridiculous media honeymoon where they've hidden, a lot of press have hidden some of the things that he said and done. I mean, this is a guy who actively encouraged rioters to burn down Minneapolis during the summer of 2020. It's the biggest city in his country. And then, of course, his running mate, Kamala Harris, was offering to bail those rioters out of prison.
I'm sorry, hold on. Wait, did you just say that Minneapolis is the biggest city in the country? Hold on.
And then, of course, his orders to burn down Minneapolis during the summer of 2020. It's the biggest city in his country. And then, of course, his running mate, Kamala Harris, was offering to bail those rioters out of prison. I think when people know the truth about Kamala Harris and Tim...
Kamala Harris was going to bail them out? I don't remember hearing about that, but okay. Actually sounds based. But I'm still confused. Minneapolis. Anybody? Anybody check on the population of Minneapolis?
To bail those rioters out of prison. I think when people know the truth about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, their anti-crime record, their pro-criminal record, the fact that he let rioters burn down the largest city in Minneapolis, I don't think is a...
The largest city? Wait, I'm sorry. You know, this might be why... Aside from Project 2025, this guy is just terrible. Can't even put together a fucking sentence right now. Biggest city in Minneapolis. I'm sorry. There's another city inside of Minneapolis? It's like a city inside of a city? Is that what he means?
Trump and I are going to win this race. But that's what the campaign is about, right? We have a little bit less than 90 days to make our case to the American people, to persuade them that our policies are going to make their lives better. And again...
Oh, yeah, this guy went to Yale. Boy, it really makes you think about what that even means. But yeah. How many cities are there in Minneapolis? It's a great question. Apparently multiple, because it's the biggest. I'm still confused. Minneapolis is the biggest city in the country. Then apparently some other city, which went unnamed, was the biggest in Minneapolis. And that... I'm not sure which one of those is more confusing to me. They're both real dumb. It's not what you expect from a supposed Yale graduate. Okay. So, that was JD attempting to claim that somehow him and Tim Walz haven't been in the spotlight for essentially the same amount of time. In fact, I would argue that Tim Walz has been in the spotlight to some degree for more time, considering he's been in elected office longer than JD. But let's go to see the other sort of ways that right-wing idiots are trying to use to attack Walz. Let's see how that's going. Let's go to a little channel some might be familiar with.
JD Vance has historic low approval rating, or I would say favorability for a vice presidential pick.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Hard to imagine.
Tim Walz is quite popular as the public gets to know him, but that is not really what the Newsmax crowd over there sees. This is Sebastian Gorka filling in for Rob Schmidt on his show on Newsmax, and
he said Minneapolis is the biggest city in his country? In Tim Walz's country? Does Tim Walz have his own country? No, I'm even more confused. What's it called? Waltzlandia?
You know, Gorka spent a few months.
Gorka's a fill-in host?
Yeah, he is. Going from deputy assistant to President Trump for 7 months to fill-in Newsmax host. Here's supervillain, Batman supervillain Sebastian Gorka talking to Chris Coles, who is better known as Mr. Reagan on YouTube. This is the guy that did the AI DEI Kamala ad that Elon Musk shared on his platform, which should be illegal, by the way. But they had a conversation about Tim Walz and how he may be a serial killer.
The weapons of war I carried in war. He did deploy abroad to one country, Chris. It was Italy. So as he's sipping his cappuccino on the piazza, I wonder if he was firing his M16 at the pigeons.
Piazza.
What do you think?
Can anybody even imagine Tim Walz sipping a cappuccino on a piazza? It doesn't seem like his vibe. I feel like if anything, it's coffee on a bench. that's the Tim Walz vibe that I get.
Oh, I'm sure he tried. Probably missed though. Look, you know, the left says that Tim Walz is cuddly. That's their term for him, cuddly. And I have to say it's kind of true. He's got this Santa Claus-like look to him, except this Santa Claus could potentially be a serial killer. That's the problem. He's kind of terrifying. He's sort of like, you know, they used to say Ted Bundy was handsome, but he was a serial killer. So this is like if Santa Claus was a serial killer. I mean, this could be a movie. This guy's so creepy.
God, chat.
Don't be creepy.
You heard it here from him. Tim Walz. Seems like Santa, but really, evil spirit in Santa. So weird. I don't understand what they're doing. This is really their tactic right now, is to just be like, he's an evil Santa.
So terrifying because he's
Bad
like
Santa?
a communist, but he looks like Santa Claus. So it's absolutely
Wait.
terrifying.
Communist Santa? Oh no. What? Impossible. Wait a second. Isn't Santa known for giving out gifts to children, for just being nice? I don't think that's how it works in capitalism. You don't get a free apartment for being nice. So it does seem like maybe he is Santa Claus and he's going to give us free apartments. So actually, I'm on board with evil Santa or communist Santa, whatever this guy is saying.
We'll get to the We'll get to the comic connections. Don't steal my thunder, Chris Coles.
Oh no, Chris Cole.
Don't steal my thunder. I have a plan. I see you. 40 likes. Well done. Really good job. That's a 19, which is going to be a Worf. We got 2 Star Trek references on the same page right now. You got Worf, you got Cisco. You got Cisco, and you got Worf. Geo Dragons, right. Seb Gorka is starting the war on Christmas. I mean, the war on Christmas. Whatever it is. It's terrifying. Evil communist Santa coming to give children food at school and healthcare to Americans.
Illegal.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get this done before we move on. Just figured I'd have a quick laugh about Seb Gorka and Evil Santa. But I want to make sure I give you your emotional support characters, which you deserve as you have earned them. Unfortunately for all of us, most specifically you, my stream software is in fact lagging right now. Which I guess is normal an hour and a half in. It does feel weird. I'm having a bunch of weird problems lately. Come on. You can do it. Emma likes cashews. Who doesn't like cashews? Cashews are the king of nuts. That's why they're basically the most expensive nut. I think they're the second most, or like the third most expensive nut you can buy. It's like readily available. Deep breaths. Woosah. Okie dokie. Ooh, alright. Well, looks like the worm may have turned here, folks. Tim Walz here, getting slammed for an apparent joke. Tasteless joke.
How rude.
Sure, this will be terrible for Tim.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that,
black,
like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal.
Oh.
No, they said to be careful and let her know
love the
that
way
black
she
pepper
says
is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know?
I'm the first vice president, I believe.
Hilarious. This is hilarious. And the fact that I have seen a number of like right-wing talking heads on the internets attempting to slam Tim Walz for this is hilarious. We're not even going to spend time watching them because, as you can see, this is probably the most nothing burger sort of development ever.
Who has ever grown chili peppers?
I'm
You
trying
know
to
it.
expand
We'll
my
figure that-
my food knowledge.
You know, we've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, Tim Walz is great. Hey, what just happened? Don't play with me. Oh, god damn it. This is very rude. I'm highly offended by that. I clicked an end card, chat. Dreaded end card. Sending us into an alternate universe. Where is not Cisco. Where is Bacula?
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black.
Like
Okay, perfect. We're back. You like jalapenos in your white guy tacos? Ooh, now that's fancy. But seriously, the fact that anybody would get upset about that is just wild. I think it's hilarious. And there's no way that that's going to be the thing that sticks. Not going to lie. Certainly not in a negative connotation. If anything, people are just going to start making solidarity white guy tacos. Which sounds ridiculous saying it out loud, but
Chicago is hosting.
okay, whoops. What's happening here? Oh, we went one ahead. Gotta go back. Let's go to this. Because here's Tim Walz responding to some of the recent attacks made by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Let's see him in action here at this rally.
Look, you've heard the vice president say this. She said, only in America could a woman from Oakland, California, who worked shifts at the local McDonald's while she got her degree, be our nominee for president of the United States. When I heard the McDonald's story about work that she's worked at McDonald's, like so many of us growing up, took jobs to get by. The funny thing to me is, can you picture Donald Trump working the McFlurry machine? Oh, he knows us. He knows us. He couldn't work the McFlurry machine. Many of you in here did. But I have to tell you, from her...
If Donald Trump worked the McFlurry machine, nobody would ever get McFlurries ever again. And or they would be orange and have, flyaway hairs in them.
As a prosecutor, and then as a district attorney, and then as the attorney general of the state of California.
Whoopsies, what's happening? Don't do this. Don't blame me.
State senator and our vice president. Kamala Harris has been on your side fighting for you every step of the way.
By the way, you're not losing your mind. It's not even the stream lagging right now. These Forbes videos, these clips are always doing these weird, glitchy things. I have no idea what the problem is over there, but they are sort of like... if anything, they're like a clip mill at this point in time, I feel like. And they're bad clip mill, because they can't even put out clips without serious glitches in them, but it is, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Anyway, like, seriously though, can anybody here even imagine Donald Trump? And we all know that he's never worked at McDonald's or any other sort of comparable job, right? Since when? At what time did Donald Trump ever work for minimum wage? Can you answer that? Because I think we all know the answer. It's never. Okay, now, as the Democratic election is... I mean, not the Democratic election, the Democratic National Convention is coming up quickly. I think... Is it tomorrow? Hold on. I gotta look this one up. It's this week. I know it's this week. Yeah, starts tomorrow. Oh my god. DNC starts tomorrow. We're gonna have to cover that. Hopefully it'll be more watchable than the RNC, which was a goddamn nightmare. It's like the worst church service of all time. He loves taking pictures with fast food. Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't qualify you to make it. Doesn't have the experience. And sure, is making a burger super difficult? No, but I think that speaks to just how inept Donald Trump is at all things. Can't even drink a glass of water without two hands. I mean, come on. Expect him to be able to make a burger? That's... wow. I would not recommend putting money on that one. So yeah, speaking about the Democratic National Convention, let's go to that. Talk about a different convention. That being the 1968 Democratic National Convention and some of its relevance to today.
Chicago has hosted more presidential conventions than any other U.S. city, stretching back to 1860 when Republicans nominated Abraham Lincoln. But perhaps none was as notorious or as consequential as the 1968 Democratic Convention, when deep divisions over the Vietnam War played out on both the convention floor and on the streets of Chicago. That history and its relevance to today is the subject of tonight's installment of Judy Woodruff's ongoing series, America at a Crossroads.
You know, we thought of ourselves as revolutionaries in those days, and we were really irked by the Democratic Party and the war in Vietnam.
Michael James was in Chicago in 1968 when the protests at the Democratic Convention began.
It's not just the war in Vietnam. I mean, it was early women's movement, certainly civil rights movement. People were really aware of what was going on in the world and were taking it out on the Democratic Party. We were demonstrating because all of the delegates were staying here.
I met him across the street from the Hilton in downtown Chicago, where he took part in some of the most intense clashes, including when he and others began rocking a police van.
And there's a lot of myths about tipping it over, but we never did. We rocked it. This guy in the passenger seat.
Right here.
Right here. He comes out. He grabs one of these guys. I grabbed him. I took him down, and I disappeared.
It was another violent moment in an already bloody year.
We've got some difficult days ahead.
Civil rights leader Martin Luther King had been assassinated, leading to days of riots in major cities, including Chicago. Mired in the Vietnam War, which would kill tens of thousands of Americans, President Lyndon Johnson decided not to seek a second term.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president. Illegal.
He threw his support behind his vice president.
I'll bet Donald Trump actually thinks that's illegal. I mean, he called Joe Biden stepping down a coup, a literal coup.
Illegal.
Hubert Humphrey, but it was up to the delegates to choose a new nominee at the convention. Then in June, less than 3 months before the convention was set to begin, one of Humphrey's challengers, Robert F. Kennedy, was gunned down.
The menace of violence was everywhere. It was inside the convention hall. It was outside the convention hall.
Chicago-based author and journalist Rick Perlstein has written extensively about that summer, including in his book, Nixonland, The Rise of a President and the Fracturing of America. We met at the Chicago History Museum last week.
It all came to a head on Thursday, August 28th, when the protesters tried to march to the convention hall from this hotel downtown. Were kind of waylaid by the police, so they decided to sit down right in the middle of the street, do a sit-down strike right in front of the cameras. And the Chicago police waded into the crowd with billy clubs and just randomly started beating people as hard as they could, throwing them into police wagons. When the police wagon was full, they'd throw a tear gas canister inside, and then they would close the doors. And the protesters were chanting, "The whole world is watching."
The city's mayor, Richard J. Daley, was incensed by protesters threatening to disrupt the convention. Police were also angry, feeling they had been held back from responding in full force earlier that year during the riots following King's assassination. And
wasn't Lyndon Johnson on the Majority Report? I don't think so.
Many of the protesters thought the country would be on their side.
But it turned out that most of the country seemed to side with the police, believed that they must have been provoked.
And with George McGovern as President of the United States, we wouldn't have to have Gestapo tactics in the streets of Chicago.
At the same time, there was chaos inside the convention hall as the party battled over whether to call for the end of the Vietnam War.
That was equally conflict-ridden, and all of these forces came together in an extraordinary confluence of violence, anger, and all of it was seen on TV.
In the end, Perlstein explained, most Americans sided with the police. Richard Nixon ran on a promise to restore law and order.
A growing concern is also the issue of peace at home.
That November, he narrowly beat the eventual Democratic nominee, Vice President Hubert Humphrey.
It was definitely an inflection point in many, many things. It was an inflection point for the Republican politics of law and order, and basically presenting themselves as the forces of hierarchy, decency. You know, if you're behind a white picket fence and work hard and play by the rules, the people Richard Nixon termed the silent majority were for you, and the Democrats are in cahoots with these anarchists, right? It was...
Oh, Rick Perlstein, not Lyndon Johnson. That makes a lot more sense. I think you might be right about that.
Profoundly inaccurate. It was a smear. But that was the beginning of that smear.
I revere this office, but I love my country more.
Fast forward to today, when a sitting Democratic president has stepped aside. A conflict rages overseas that has reignited tensions on the left. There are renewed pushes for women's rights and racial equality. And the Republican presidential candidate, himself a recently convicted felon facing more charges, is running on a promise of law and order.
I think the parallels don't really rise above the level of the superficial. Conventions are very different now than they were in 1968, in part because of 1968. In 1968, the guy who became the presidential nominee of the Democratic Party didn't enter a single primary. Basically, the delegates decided who to vote because political bosses told them to. These were deals made in back rooms, often at the convention.
Following 1968, the Democratic...
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough there for us. Just figured I would give us a little perspective as we head into the week of the Democratic National Convention. Sometimes history helps us in the present. And, you know, the fact is, there were massive protests outside of the 1968 convention over the war in Vietnam, and there are planned protests happening outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago against the genocide in Palestine and the U.S.'s funding of that war. How far in are we on this stream? Hour 36? It's not terrible. Doing pretty good on time, actually. I felt like we've been going longer. Doing okay. Doing okay on time. Which means we're going to talk about some other stories. That being a few business stories, some other types of stuff. Mostly business. Let's start here. NBC News from 23 hours ago. Amazon's drone delivery service pilot program faces new scrutiny in College Station, Texas.
This is the sound that has residents in College Station, Texas talking. What do these drones sound like?
Well, it's like a chainsaw.
They sound like a swarm of bees, or 100 swarms of bees.
100 swarms.
That noise from an Amazon delivery drone. This community...
I loved that. I don't know why. That is hilarious to me. A swarm of bees. No, 100 swarms of bees. Like she corrected herself super quick. What is happening? There we go.
Like a chainsaw.
They sound like a swarm of bees, or 100 swarms of bees.
That noise from an Amazon delivery drone. This community, one of the nation's first to use the company's technology. Karen Hausman just moved in last year.
I believe 100 swarms of bees is known as a cloud. It's a bee cloud. I didn't just make that up now.
And the launch pad is just back behind our neighborhood, so then you have all of them converging, so it gets even louder.
Amazon says they take local feedback into account. They're considering alternate launch sites and a quieter drone. Take a listen. This is what the drone they use now sounds like. And here's the quieter one awaiting FAA approval.
They're testing technology.
Mayor John Nichols says there are growing pains, but they're glad Amazon chose their city to try it out.
Sure, he's glad. Meanwhile, everybody who lives behind this thing are being...
What do you think the solution is?
Oh, God, just
well,
getting
I think
wrecked.
the solution is for them to identify a quieter drone, and we find a location in the community that will better insulate the noise that they are going to produce.
Changes that for some residents...
These dogs are freaking the fuck out. Did you see how hard the package hit the ground? Hope there's nothing important in there.
Isolate the noise that they are going to produce.
Changes that
Bam!
for some residents can't come soon enough.
Amazon needs to be a good neighbor And of course, the customer's always right, and we are the customer.
The future.
Ooh, good point. Customer's always right until they're wrong. But in this case, the customer does seem to be right. It didn't sound quieter to you. It didn't sound quieter to me either. It sounded the same. It sounded the fucking same. Here's one unbearable buzz, and here's one other unbearable buzz. Slightly different tone. What do you think? We found this tested very well. People said that made them feel 15% less likely to rip their hair out. How's it making you feel right now? Let's talk about Amazon, but in a slightly different way. Here's Democracy Now! From 4 days ago. How Amazon lied, spied, and cheated its way to the top. Wall Street Journal reporter Dana Mattioli. Or Dana? Dana or Dana? Well, one of the two.
Let's stay at the Republican convention where we were broadcasting from in Milwaukee. Next week, of course, we're headed to the Democratic convention. We'll be broadcasting from Chicago. But Teamsters President Sean O'Brien asked both conventions if he could address them. The Republican National Convention said yes. This is what Sean O'Brien had to say.
And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies.
So that's Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters. Dana Mattioli, you are the author of the new book, The Everything War, Amazon's ruthless quest to own the world and remake corporate power. Talk about what Sean O'Brien was talking about, and talk about Amazon when it comes to the Republicans, when it comes to the Democrats, when it comes to its power in the world.
I mean, Sean O'Brien is right. Amazon's sales are bigger than the GDPs of many nations. And my book chronicles its rise from unlikely successful garage startup to the most dominant force in American business history, almost like the equivalent of a modern day Standard Oil. And the tactics it uses, illegal or unethical.
We should have gotten firefighting robots before we got Amazon delivery drones, but there's a lot more money in Amazon delivery drones than there are in firefighting robots.
Anti-competitive to put its finger on the scale and dominate industry after industry, and the effects that has on our economy, job creation, or, you know, losing jobs, bankruptcies, and innovation. And, you know, Amazon has had a really bumpy history with both the Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, and also the Democrats. You know, Biden has been really tough on Amazon. He put in place Lena Khan, the head of the Federal Trade Commission, the agency overseeing them, and she brought forward this historic monopoly lawsuit against the company last year. So they've had this scorched earth approach to government relations and public relations that has made enemies on both sides of the aisle.
Why did you decide to write an entire book on Amazon?
Yeah, I was the Wall Street Journal's mergers and acquisitions reporter, and in that role, I noticed over 6 years, CEOs of the retail companies in the beginning were nervous about Amazon. By the time
The mergers and acquisitions reporter, I feel like that job would just be like, well, Google and or Amazon, or let's think, who else did a bunch of buying? Facebook. One of these three people bought another company, and nope, government doesn't seem to care.
left the M&A job after 6 years, every CEO that I spoke to was nervous about Amazon, the industrial CEOs, the healthcare companies, the logistics companies. It was being invoked in every boardroom in corporate America as a source of fear. People thought it was going to eat their lunch and take their business. And I wanted to get to the bottom of how they penetrated industry after industry and became the top player, top 1, 2, or 3 player in like 12 different industries. And I set about investigating the company, and I found just a ton of business practices and driven by this toxic culture at Amazon, where the company lied, spied, cheated its way to the top. And I thought this book would be the perfect medium to bring light to those tactics, to show consumers, Americans, people around the world, why Amazon always seems to win. And oftentimes it's because it has its fingers on the scale.
And I want to talk about something that's been a controversy, someone who has become a controversy now with the Democrats. I want to ask you about the current Federal Trade Commission Chair, Lina Khan, who you write about in your book on Amazon. Last year, the Federal Trade Commission in 17 states sued Amazon, saying it had illegally stifled competition. In May, Khan was asked about Amazon in an interview on ABC's This Week with Jonathan Corral.
You obviously made your name talking about the threat of Amazon as effectively a monopoly power. In what way is Amazon a monopoly? Because I can buy on Amazon, but I can also go down the street and I can buy at Walmart or I can buy at Target. I mean, how is Amazon a monopoly?
A few ways that we can tell that it's a monopoly is because it, too, is acting in ways that involve mistreating its customers. We've seen that the fees that it charges small businesses have dramatically increased over the last few years, so that now some small businesses have to pay $1 out of every $2 to Amazon. It's basically a 50% Amazon tax. Our lawsuit also alleges that Amazon has been using a whole set of secret algorithms to quietly raise prices for consumers. And so we allege that they've been able to get away with doing this through a whole set of illegal tactics that make it difficult for rival e-commerce websites to really stand up and enter the market and compete.
So that was Federal Trade Commission Chair Lina Khan. Dana, your book opens with what one of your sources calls the most important law review article written in our lifetimes. That was a reference to an article Lina Khan wrote in 2017 headlined Amazon's Antitrust Paradox, which was published in the Yale Law Journal. Lina Khan argued Amazon is a monopoly that had, quote, evaded government scrutiny. Two major Democratic donors, media mogul Barry Diller and LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, have publicly called for Kamala Harris to fire FTC Chair Lina Khan, who has led Biden's antitrust efforts. That's if Kamala Harris becomes president. Hoffman sits on the board of Microsoft, which was sued by the FTC. Hoffman was
and Reid Hoffman is a multi-billionaire. And I think almost all of that money came from tech, venture capital investments.
Interviewed by CNN's Jake Tapper.
Thanks for joining us. So you and other big money donors are giving money to Vice President Harris, suggesting also that she replace the head of the FTC, which impacts policy and the economy. What do you say to somebody who watches this and says, this isn't how American politics should work, rich people getting to buy levels of influence?
Help, I'm being repressed. Well, I totally agree with not buying levels of influence. I separate my role as a donor and expert.
Oh my
So
God.
if you ask me as a donor, I say I'm giving money to Kamala Harris because I think she's the...
This is so ridiculous. This is such a ridiculous argument. These same people are the same people who think that money is speech. Free speech, inherently given to citizens, which means that, in a way, it isn't. There's no way to extract these two things from, you can't claim multiple personalities when the election time comes around. Like every 4 years, I have a psychotic break, and, well, I grow a second personality, which is called a donor. That donor is different from my normal personality because it gives money to politicians and then asks them for stuff. But that's different from when I'm thinking about when I'm answering questions. I'm not a donor anymore. I'm a different guy, you see.
Future president for the U.S. for business, for a bunch of other things. If you ask me as an expert about what kind of Lena Khan is doing and whether I think she is helping or hurting America relative to your anti-merger policies, which are mostly to bring litigation, versus really solidly grounded in
So
kind of what's going on and what helps American business thrive here and overseas, then I give an expert opinion. But I think donor and expert should be kept
then you give an
separate.
expert's
And
opinion.
I've never tied.
What this man seems to be an expert in is obfuscating. That seems to be his main expertise, not gonna lie. Impressive, nonetheless. I mean, really good stuff. He made up a second personality. That takes balls, not gonna lie. Takes something. Takes gumption, is what it takes. Just making up personalities to make it to be able to win arguments, I guess, or to seem like you're not so bad.
Aren't I a good guy?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's go here. Talk about some other rich people who have opinions about stuff. Specifically, stuff that's important to people other than them. Let's go to PBS NewsHour from 4 days ago. And this is one of those sort of, you know how sometimes PBS NewsHour is good and then other times I am like rubbing my hair out over them?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, this is going to be one of those latter situations. Because they decided to have on Jamie Dimon to tell them about economic inequality. Oh, yay. Thank God. Thank God we have Jamie Dimon.
Follow the rich white man.
We didn't have Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. How would we ever figure out things like economic inequality? Thankfully, PBS got him in here. Phew.
Many U.S. corporations are navigating a divisive political climate on a range of issues that impact their businesses, from trade to diversity to immigration.
The CEO of the country's largest bank, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase, has been speaking out about it. Judy Woodruff spoke with him in Bentonville, Arkansas for her series, America at a Crossroads.
Every summer for the past 14 years, Jamie Dimon has spent a week traveling through different parts of the country on his annual bus tour. Visiting bank branches like this one, opened just last year in Bentonville, Arkansas, meeting with employees and clients and asking and answering questions. Dimon is one of the most powerful figures on Wall Street, at the helm of JP Morgan Chase for the past 20 years. And every year he writes a letter to shareholders outlining his top concerns, including on issues beyond his immediate role as a banker, things like education, DEI, and the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. With former President Trump charging the U.S. economy is shattered, Dimon's view is striking.
It is the most prosperous, most innovative, best economy the world has ever seen. This world of ours, we've lifted billions of people out of poverty. There are negatives, we should focus on that. But to give you a couple of focal points, European GDP per person was very close to ours something like 20 years ago. It's now like 65% of ours. So when you compare us to the rest of the Western world, quite good. And we need to continue.
You're doing super good. Super good. Oh, thanks. Thanks, JP. JP Dimon. Sorry, Jamie Dimon. It's hard to sort of extract you from your business self. Jamie Dimon should be in prison.
Illegal.
So yeah, according to him, GDP is killing it, which means everybody's doing fine. Thankfully, we have him here to tell us that. Now, he makes some other suggestions in here. Where are they? God damn it. Now, he gets into a bunch of different places talking about where we could potentially improve on things. He talks about taxation, but the one thing that he completely ignores, we're not going to go through this whole thing, it's like 12 minutes long. I don't feel like finding it right now. Point is, he gets all like, oh, maybe we should tax people a little bit more, you know, like 5-10% more would probably get a lot of money, blah blah blah. But he's talking about income. He said it specifically, taxing on income, and he fails to mention the fact that nearly 90% of his 2023 $36 million pay package was in stock, which isn't income. So it's a loophole for that tax he's suggests later on in this stupid PBS piece. I just can't watch anymore. It's killing me. It's pissing me off. Why did PBS bring this guy on here to tell us about this stuff? Here, let's look at this. This is from 5 years ago. Somebody explaining a little bit about GDP and why it's actually maybe bad for us. It's a London School of Economics.
If I asked you to rate how well you think you're doing in life, what criteria would you use? How happy you are in life? How happy you can help others be? How many friends you have? Maybe how fit or good looking you think you are? Or how much money you earn? The dominant criterion that policymakers use to measure country performance is GDP, or gross domestic product.
GDP.
GDP, economic growth.
Productivity.
Economic growth. Gross domestic product.
GDP measures the market value of all the goods and services that are bought in an economy for a given year. It doesn't matter whether those goods and services come from things that damage your health, that damage the environment, or even sometimes whether those things are even legal. We value what we measure, and currently what we're measuring according to GDP is leading us astray. David Pulling, author of The Growth Delusion, has this example.
Breast milk values nothing, and yet powdered milk, which we know in certain circumstances can be quite damaging, especially in the developing world if it's mixed with bad water, but that has an economic value. Now, does that set these invisible economic incentives? It's quite hard to prove, but intuitively you might think, yes, it does.
So what are the origins of GDP? GDP was developed in the US and the UK as a response to the Great Depression in the 1930s, as a way to keep track of what the country was producing. Even from the beginning, one of the key creators of GDP, Simon Kuznets, argued that it wasn't a particularly good measure of social progress or even economic welfare.
Now, this is something that has been ignored to potentially everyone's detriment for the last nearly 100 years. It's getting very close to being 100 years. And it's truly incredible that people did decide to just completely ignore the words of the man who came up with the system that we now all praise as the sort of benchmark for all economic success, human welfare, essentially. It's often touted as being the basis for societal welfare, right? However, this is directly from the guy who created it. All right. Now, there are technically other mechanisms by which you could measure welfare in society, but instead we just go with purely capitalist measurements. Okay, now here is a story which we already talked about this week, and I wouldn't even be talking about it more at this point if there weren't a particular thing I noticed happening around this. This is the Associated Press from 2 days ago, and it's one of what I must have seen half a dozen or more stories from different major news outlets on YouTube saying the exact same thing. Here's the title. Why Disney's wrongful death suit serves as a quote-unquote warning to customers. It's a warning to customers. Stop signing all those agreements, people. It's your fault that this happened.
These contracts that we sign with businesses for any number of reasons, to use, an online platform to enter a theme park, to stream video content, are often called contracts of adhesion. And they are contracts where the company has tremendous bargaining power and usually a large team of lawyers that has looked carefully at the contract and thought through all of its terms in rich detail. And the consumer is presented with this contract and really doesn't have an opportunity to negotiate the terms. It's yes or no. So if you want to use Disney Plus or you want to use one of the major streaming services, for example, to access content that you're interested in, you really don't have a choice. You have to sign and agree to this contract. And that's problematic enough because consumers really don't have much bargaining power in those situations. This case sort of takes it another horrifying step further, which is now that contract that you signed or agreed to in the context of a streaming service is suddenly being pulled out by the company and applied to a dispute about your death at one of their restaurants.
Yeah. Now, the fact is, they did a decent job on the reporting part of it, but the title is this sort of victim-blaming kind of vibe. And some of them get a lot closer to doing so. This one's not bad. However, it is insane that this thing is even being talked about in the way it is. This should be being talked about Disney essentially thinking that it owns people. Because that's kind of what it is, right? And like that they just for signing up for Disney Plus, a trial subscription, I would point out, this guy signed up for a fucking trial. In what other context in your life would you accept this sort of agreement? Like, let's talk about like stuff in the real world, right? Like, what if you went into a restaurant, sat down, and at the table, the waiter said to you, "Now, before you order, I'd like to make you all aware that at our restaurant we have the policy of if you die at our restaurant for any reason, including negligence, among other things, you cannot pursue legal action against us. Now, can I start you guys off with some apps?" I mean, come on. Like, that's what we're talking about, right? That's basically what happened. But instead, it happened in secret. It happened in the fine print of a fucking trial membership contract. It's insane. Now, let's talk about something that's even somehow worse than that for Americans. The implications of this, I think, are actually somehow worse. I know that you're thinking, how is that possible, StreamLord? Well, this happened. This was 2 days ago. Coming out of ABC News, a lawsuit is claiming that hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American and then posted them online.
And a cybersecurity company is sounding the alarm about the safety of your personal information. It comes from what may be the worst data breach ever, one reportedly that's resulted in the theft of the social security numbers of every American. According to a federal class action lawsuit, a hacking group claims to have stolen the personal information of nearly 3 billion people and released most of that data for free online. Let's bring in cybersecurity expert Michael Kaiser for more. Michael, what do we know about this reported breach, how it might have happened, and how concerned we should all be?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that people need to pay attention to here. You know, how the data was stolen is not 100% clear, but we know that this data was stolen in vast quantities. And I think the concern people have to have is around not only the volume of data, that's obviously, you know, billions of records, but also what's in that data and what was stolen. And so we know that social security numbers were included, telephone numbers were included, home addresses, date of birth. These are really critical pieces of a person's identity that can be put together and used in a lot of different nefarious.
I mean, that's pretty much all you need to, like, get a credit card in somebody's name. Pretty much practically anything. Wild. This is disturbing.
Ways.
Well, and so what are the implications here? Because when you talk about our social security numbers, our dates of birth, this is the kind of information that we use for pretty much everything, right? For a credit card, to verify our medical information, you name it.
Yeah, you know, your social security number is an identifier, right? And actually, people might be surprised to know your phone number now is an identifier too, since most of us are now attached to individual phone numbers on our cell phones, not like the old days. So I think there are some concerns there around how these are used. There is some good news in this, in the sense that, you know, it used to be that your social security number was on your driver's license and was on your medical card. And a lot of that stuff's been washed out of the system in order.
So yeah, it's very, very concerning. I don't know exactly how concerned I'm supposed to be. I mean, there's a ton of records, but with the existence of things like AI, searching that data has become much, 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 much easier. You know, somebody can just run an AI program to search for something in particular if they were feeling at all nefarious, and cause a great deal of problems. Okay. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out. Now, if you've already done both of those things, well, thank you for being so galactic. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, I still feel like I want to support the stream even more. Thinking to yourself, well, are there other ways to do that? In fact, there are. You can go on Patreon and become a galactic patron for just a few dollars a month. Gain access to some super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right, chat. Oh god, what is happening? This thing is lagging. And there we go. It's getting better. It's getting better. There are so many things moving on this screen. I need to do something about the way this all... I feel like this one gets better the later the stream is. I've seen this happen multiple times. Alright. What was I saying? Yes, time for Galactic Intermission. If you want to become a Galactic Patron, go on that link in chat or in my bio. Just a few dollars a month helps keep the Galactic News Network running. Alright, chat. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Still isn't. This is bad for me, really. No idea what's happening. This is bad. This is lagging super bad. It's way behind. Always reboot my PC. That has not been a solution. That has not been a clear solution to this. I've tried multiple different things. And it just seems to happen randomly. I don't know why. There are some things that I've been looking at that I think might be causing it, but I just don't know how to fix them. One being that my soundboard software that I've been using is incredibly CPU intensive. It could be one of the problems. I've been looking at how I can lower the load on that. The fact is, I'm trying my best, and some days it works, other days it doesn't, and I don't have an answer as to why. There's no real clear reason. Like just now, it just started working. It looks good for a second. I have no idea what. I don't know. Okay, well, I guess we'll try this, see how it goes. I tried defragmenting my hard drive. It's not an issue with that. Also, I don't run a Microsoft computer. And it's got nothing to do, I mean, there's plenty of hard drive space. We've got multiple hard drives. Maybe the NSA is downloading my PC. Could be. Could be. It's the most likely story. Alright, to start off our discussion of environmental things, the Earth, we're gonna do this one first. Let's go to CBS News from a day ago. A one-of-a-kind hotel runs entirely on electricity, showing the future of sustainable hospitality.
In the fight against climate change, one of the biggest contributors is the construction industry. According to a United Nations study, it accounts for a staggering 37% of global emissions. In New Haven, Connecticut, one developer has a blueprint for limiting the carbon footprint of his buildings, including a first of its kind in the hospitality industry.
Not many hotel developers would start the tour on the roof.
Well, this is where it begins, because this is how we're making power with just the sun.
You might call architect Bruce Redmond Becker a proud papa, eager to shine light on his new baby, the Hotel Marcel, and the power behind it.
Well, you install them, and they make power for 25 years or more.
There are more than 1,000 solar panels covering the roof and parking canopies below.
It defines the future of sustainable hospitality.
The building was designed by one of Becker's heroes, Marcel Breuer, the architect behind the UNESCO headquarters in Paris and the Whitney Museum in New York. From 1970 to 1999, it served as headquarters for a rubber company and later a tire manufacturer, but then sat vacant for 2 decades.
It still looks like it's lagging pretty bad. I can't tell, but yeah. Oh, God. 2 days in a row with just seriously annoying stream problems. I don't know what to do. Might have to end the stream. Again. Fucking hell.
2020, Becker bought it for just over $1 million.
It was twice voted the ugliest building in Connecticut, but at the same time, folks that are passionate about brutalist architecture saw it as this iconic building. People were coming from Europe to look at it because it really is a very cool building. It's like a piece of modern art that sort of is suspended in the sky. And so I passed by it and thought there has to be a solution to remake this building in a way that honors its architectural legacy, but also sort of brings it into the future.
Recycling existing structures has been on his punch list for more than a decade. In Hartford and New York, Becker transformed historic buildings into apartment complexes. Compared to new construction, conversions cut carbon emissions by 50 to 70%.
You know, architects love to play with their houses, right?
His home in Westport, Connecticut was his testing ground.
I got rid of my gas hot water heater.
You don't think it's lagging that bad?
I put in a air source.
Oh, you didn't think it was lagging that bad?
And I even put in about 64 solar panels.
At a cost of about $60,000. But thanks to a 30% tax credit, he says it paid for itself in 4 years.
And then Hotel Marcel came out of this.
It took more than 2 years and $30 million, but Hotel Marcel opened its doors in 2022. It's now part of Hilton's Tapestry collection.
Not many hotels open to the interstate.
No. No, that's a building we inherited.
Ben Webster is general manager.
We have found that we are now attracting a lot of organizations and conferences because of our sustainability initiatives, where they can host these kind of zero waste, zero emission meetings and events.
Under the Energy Department's new criteria, a zero emissions building must be energy efficient, free of on-site emissions from energy use, and powered solely by clean energy.
So yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty great. Not gonna lie.
Emissions from energy use and powered solely.
I mean, we need to be doing this with so much more stuff. But it's at least one example of people attempting to do things right. I do hope it goes well. Okay. Now, let's go here. Let's go to Canada. As uncontrolled wildfires are nearing the Saskatchewan First Nation. This has been happening starting around Thursday, I think. Thursday morning.
A First Nations community in Saskatchewan, home to about 1,800 people, has been evacuated due to an intensifying wildfire threatening the area. And there's also escalating frustration towards the province for not mobilizing hundreds of firefighters sooner. Here's CTV's Alison Bamford.
See that fire? Look at it, flared up big time.
As flames close in, frustration grows. Leaders of this remote First Nations village say the wildfire should have never reached this point if the province allowed more community firefighters to help earlier on.
Once a forest fire gets going and it gets to a size that's huge, then there's no managing that fire.
Saskatchewan's Public Safety Agency says hundreds of First Nations members are helping with province-wide efforts, including the Flanagan wildfire, burning since early July, that now spans 13,000 hectares, just 7 kilometers outside the village of Sandy Bay in northeast Saskatchewan near the Manitoba border.
So there's a lot of fire line that is very conducive to spreading, and with the winds from the west, northwest, it would push the fire towards the community.
First Nations leaders announced a phased approach to get everyone out safely, starting with elders, those chronically ill, children, and expecting mothers.
Okay. And the thing is, it does appear to be doing better now, which is bugging the hell out of me. I didn't change anything. We just sat here for 10 minutes and it stopped lagging. It does whatever it wants. Okay. This is more recent video on these Saskatchewan wildfires. This is from Global News from 2 days ago.
And I was praying that my house wouldn't burn down.
Forced out of their homes as a wildfire bears down on their community. Evacuees are now arriving in communities like Prince Albert and Saskatoon, following a tough 48 hours.
We arrived in Prince Albert 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I came to Saskatoon because it was too crowded where we were.
Many have friends and family and even pets who are still back at home.
My son is out there firefighting.
We had to leave everything behind. Leave the house and our pets. My brother's still back home right now waiting for a ride.
My mom and my dad and my brother, they stayed back and watched the house, and my dad's firefighting. My brother is taking that training to become a firefighter.
The Flanagan Fire has been burning since July 9th. It's scorched more than 13,000 hectares.
Yes.
The SPSA acknowledging there's been some high-intensity fire behavior in some areas of the fire.
We came in.
Pretty sure 13,000 hectares is close to 50,000 acres, if I'm not mistaken. What the fuck is a hectare? First off, it's spelled Hectare, and it's just a fancy non-freedom unit for land size. Okay. It is Sunday Funday, so I'm going to try and keep things fun. Let's look at this. As apparently, this fish has a strange secret.
Don't be creepy.
It is creepy though. Just having some fish in the water humming loudly. And it doesn't help that the fish itself looks fucking creepy. Okay. Do we do more about this fish? No, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I feel like I've already been going for a while now. 2.5 hours. We got so many videos to do today. I can't do it. Okay, let's go here. This is Guardian News from a couple of days ago. Rarely seen deep sea fish washes up in California.
Oh, no. No. Try not to run into him.
This oarfish was pulled dead from the water in Southern California. Damn. Talk about creepy fish. Before being taken ashore for study.
Is that better, or do we need to go more forward? No, I think that's better.
Oh my god. Oh, is it one of those?
Once it gets out of the water. It's gonna weigh its shit head. We need to go on
Oh, is it one of those that does the weird, like...
I think it's long. Oh,
With all the shark attacks and things that I've seen recently, I would hate to be the guy or gal here in the water holding a giant fish in California. You know, that's just, you know, I feel like that's all I'd be thinking about, honestly. It's like, right now we look even more like food. This 3.6 meter long fish was brought ashore on a longboard. Holy shit, that thing is long.
You want to take the nose up into the corner? Yeah, right.
God damn. That's a big fish. Now, the cause of death for this fish is unknown. It's a very, very rare deep sea fish, rarely seen. Rarely rare. Rarish. Let's go here. Perhaps this is an explanation, not sure. But this is from KATV Channel 7 from 13 days ago. Sea lions, dolphins, crabs, washing up sick on California beaches.
People are just curious and want to know what's happening.
A warning tonight to those headed to the Central Coast as sick seals and other marine wildlife are washing up on shore. Good evening, I'm Monty Torres.
And I'm Liz Gonzalez. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday night. Well, scientists tell us the animals are getting sick from what's known as a red tide event. It's happening off the coast of San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. And the animals are exhibiting wild behavior as a result of that natural poisoning. A sea lion this close to people at Pismo Beach is enough to make some stop and take pictures. But take a closer look and you'll see it's not doing well. Just one of over 70 sea lions, the Marine Mammal Center says, have been coming on shore, exhibiting symptoms of domoic acid poisoning, a result of red algal bloom in the water.
This has been the most drastic domoic acid event that I've seen in the 10 years that I've been here.
Maddie Riddell with California State Parks says it's been a busy 2 weeks for crews from San Luis Obispo County down to Santa Barbara County.
It is something that...
Now, pretty much everything I've seen up till now has said that these algal blooms are happening as a result of climate change due to warmer ocean waters. These algae are propagating themselves much easier because of it, and it's endangering the wildlife. Could potentially be the cause of the death of that very rare oarfish, which we just saw. It's not, you know, it's not clear, but it's certainly something to consider, as has been happening in that very area where it was found. Let's talk about a different group of sea creatures. Let's talk otters and how they are saving Earth's underwater forests.
This is one of the most important forest ecosystems on Earth. Okay, not a forest like you were expecting, right? But trust me, this forest ecosystem is every bit as beautiful and epic as a forest on land, only instead of being made of trees, this one is made of giant, towering strands of kelp.
But this epic forest is in danger of disappearing. Luckily, an unlikely team of marine mammal researchers, underwater ecologists, and algae farmers is fighting to bring this forest back from the brink.
Like every forest, this one has predators to help keep it in balance. And one of those predators is really stinking cute. I mean, have you ever seen anything that adorable in your life?
Never.
Ooh, kelp forests are the foundation
forest.
of this marine ecosystem. Without them, this environment would not exist as we know it. They support over 800 species and provide crucial habitat and food. Kelp forests like this one can be found in cold water regions all over the world. Now, you might be tempted to call kelp a plant, but don't. Kelp is a type of macroalgae, which means it doesn't have roots, stems, or leaves like plants. Kelp forests have been a part of these coastlines for more than 30 million years. One of the dominant species of kelp here in California is bull kelp. It's the trees of this underwater forest.
Wait,
and
trees
these
are
kelp
plants.
forests thrive in part because of animals like sea otters. They're part of a complex love/lunch triangle between predators like otters, kelp, and underwater plant eaters like sea urchins. Here's how it all works. Urchins eat kelp, which is fine so long as someone eats the urchins. Someone like our cute and hungry friend here, who can eat up to 15 pounds of seafood a day. An otter's appetite protects the kelp forest from being overgrazed. The kelp keeps the urchin happy and fed, the urchin keeps the otter healthy and fed, and the otter eating the urchin keeps the kelp from being overgrazed.
Oh, it's like a circle
Scientists
of
call
life.
this type of carefully balanced relationship between different species a trophic cascade.
So yeah, it would seem that we need those otters out there eating the urchins, and unfortunately, otter populations have been down, and urchins have been proliferating at an alarming pace. Hold on. I'm not done talking otters yet.
After the otter population disappeared, another predator stepped up. Sea stars. Particularly the sunflower sea star with its dinner plate-sized body and up to 24 limbs. They began to dine on urchins, becoming formidable urchin hunters themselves. But then a series of events turned hundreds of miles of California coastline a spiky purple. Suddenly, a mysterious marine disease nearly wiped out sea star populations. And then a roving ball of warm ocean water known as the blob rolled through the region, causing sea temperatures to rise by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. The trophic cascade fell out of balance. The sea stars disappeared, the urchins went wild, and 96% of the kelp canopy along Northern California's coastline has disappeared in the past decade. A region spanning 350 kilometers of the coast.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more about these forests themselves and how we are trying, at least how some humans are trying to save them. Let's just go here. Actually, get a little further back.
This kelp can grow up to 60 centimeters per day, making it one of the fastest growing organisms in the ocean. After 3 years of trial and error, Andrew and his team are seeing success with new ways of planting their lab-grown kelp, designed to protect young kelp from predators and harsh conditions.
Kind of like you would plant a raised garden bed. If you had animals like running through your garden, you could put your seaweed in a raised bed and keep it out of the hungry reaches of the urchins. About a month ago, we put out kelps that were about 6 to 10 inches, and we came back and we surveyed these modules, and in the last month they've grown several feet, and they're already attracting lots of fish. Every time we put kelp out, we're putting a piece of hope out, you know, the hope that it'll create home for some little fish. It's a big ocean. We just need to keep working and chipping away. We're all
very optimistic. Figure we try and keep things lighthearted in here. Now, you may not know this about sea otters, but they actually hold hands while sleeping in order to keep themselves from drifting away into the ocean. But sometimes it makes things weird on the subway.
stop.
Good for you, too.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Oh, just a little otter comedy. Okay.
Ocelots are small cats.
Slow down there, lady. Not ready for you. Okay. Let's go talk about a different kind of wildlife. This is from CBS San Diego from 3 days ago. Rare ocelots sighted. Stunning researchers in Arizona. Wait, why are you, San Diego, reporting about Arizona? How dare you?
Plans for a proposed national monument are creating controversy in southwest Colorado.
The proposed Dolores National Monument would span multiple counties along the Colorado-Utah border. 9 News reporter Evan Krugel and photojournalist Ann Herbst show us why preserving this beautiful area means something different depending on your viewpoint.
Oh, wait. You know what? No, we're skipping this one. I don't have time for you. Why are you demanding a roll?
Golf has plenty of aviary terms, birdies and eagles. Not a whole lot of wild cats, though.
Until a recent golf tournament in Littleton. Here's Landon Hoff.
In photography, the beauty is often in the unexpected.
Kind of that right place at the right time situation.
And that was certainly the case for David Townsend during a recent visit to Arrowhead Golf Course in Littleton.
My wife was shooting still photos and I was shooting video clips.
He and his wife Lynn went there to capture scenes like these at a golf tournament fundraiser. Until they got to the 13th hole.
We noticed two little animals kind of scurrying out from the bushes onto the fairway, and they were far enough away you couldn't really tell what they are. So it wasn't until everybody teed off from the box and then made our way down the fairway that we noticed that they were actually bobcats.
The photographer duo spotted 4 bobcat kittens playing in the rough just off the fairway on the course's signature hole.
One of them just sat there with it in his mouth, and the other one was kind of like grabbing the ball and running over another cat and jumping over him, and that's where I got those kind of aerial photos.
The folks at Arrowhead tell us...
You're right, this isn't an ocelot. What is happening? Did we skip one? Did this get deleted? What happened to the ocelots? These are lynx. They're bobcats. These are bobcats. This is unacceptable. What happened to our ocelot story? You're right, Mo. Thank you for keeping me honest, Mono. I don't know how this happened.
Golf course, which backs up to the open space at Roxborough State Park.
Anyways, if I was a bobcat kitten, I would also play with golf balls. That does seem fun. Does seem like a fun time. You have 50 likes. That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. Oh, here it is. I found it. Here's the ocelot story. Don't worry. I would not keep the ocelots from you.
Ocelots are small cats. See, San Diego Zoo has one that serves as an ambassador, but seeing them in the wild here in the U.S. is rare. In fact, this recent sighting was in a part of Arizona where an ocelot hasn't been spotted for 50 years.
The smile on Kinley Reagan's face says it all. This is the moment the Phoenix Zoo Field Research Project Manager saw video that captured an ocelot roaming past one of their cameras in the Atascosa Highlands, located in southern Arizona.
Did you know right away it was an ocelot? I did know right away. We were lucky to get a really nice, crisp, clear shot of it, and then I did confirm with other biologists as well.
Ocelots are small neotropical cats, similar to the size of a bobcat. They're commonly found in places like Mexico, Central America, and Argentina, but have been listed as endangered in the United States since 1972. Estimates show there are less than 100 ocelots in the U.S., and they're mostly found in Texas. In Arizona, they're intermittently recorded. In fact, there are only 2 known ocelots in the entire state. This one, which was found at a lower elevation than most historical records show, and another spotted consistently in the last year in a different mountain range 50 miles.
2 known ocelots in the entire state. Jesus Christ. Well, I hope they find each other and make some ocelot babies. Okay. Now let's go across the country and all the way north to Ontario, Canada, where a tornado touched down in a southwestern Ontario town. This is from Global News from a few hours ago.
It's all hands on deck in this close-knit community. These homes were some of the hardest hit as a tornado swept through the small town just over 100 kilometers west of Toronto. It tore roofs off of local businesses, cut power off for hours, and even derailed these train cars.
You can't imagine it until it happens to you. You see videos and pictures from other communities that have been hit, and you always think, yeah, someday that could be us, but you never think it's going to be you, and you don't want it to be you.
Today, residents are assessing the damage and processing the shock.
At first, I kind of had that nervous laugh, but as I was walking down the road, and it was out of a scene of a movie, and I really just started crying. It was so terrible.
Despite significant damage to her home, Kelly Bebenik says she's one of the fortunate ones. No one was home last night, only the family dog, who escaped untouched.
Everything is...
Well, thankfully the dog's okay. That is good. But, seems like may have done some damage to some inanimate objects and things. Ontario doesn't usually get a lot of tornadoes. Just gonna point that out to you. Now let's go over here to the coast, the Jersey Shore. Beachgoers warned after over a dozen rescues made at Jersey Shore amid stormy weather. What if they're both males? Look, I am not a biologist, okay? What I do know is we got a...
Let's take a live look at the shore at Longport, Atlantic County.
Population problem, and they're just going to have to figure out how they're going to do that. It's not for me to say.
Let's take a live look at the shore at Longport, Atlantic County. A few people on the beach today, although not right now. But as we mentioned, there is a danger of rip currents in the water, courtesy of Ernesto. Action News reporter Brianna Smith has more on that from Ocean City.
Right now, the Ocean City beaches are closed due to thunder and lightning. The Ocean City Beach Patrol says on Saturday there were major swells due to Tropical Storm Ernesto, and it's still happening now, but the waves aren't as rough. Beach Patrol Lieutenant Frank Christie says today started out beautiful and sunny with many people enjoying the beach until the storms rolled through. Christie says the waves continue to reach 3 to 4 feet high, and swimmers were able to go in waist deep, but it dropped throughout the day because of the strong tide. He says they had at least 5 big rescues due to the intense waves and swimmers out of sight. Christie warns these conditions and rip currents are dangerous and could even be deadly.
People are swimming.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it doesn't look like a great time to go swimming. Some of those waves are looking pretty mean. But I guess some people see different things when they look at these waves. But yeah, this is remnants of Hurricane Beryl, which we're about to talk more about. Sorry, not Hurricane Beryl. Hurricane shit. Hurricane shit. Ernesto. Let's go here. This is from the Associated Press. Hurricane Ernesto aims for Bermuda after leaving many in Puerto Rico without power and water. So, nearly half of the island of Puerto Rico is without power. Sorry, hold on. I forgot. There's translations for me to do. We know that the eastern area was the hardest hit, mostly impacted by the tropical storm force winds, and in some cases even hurricane force winds. I mean, this area was the area that was hit by the hardest winds, but rains went as far. But rains went as far as the western area, which got a lot of rain.
Vamos muy rápidamente restableciendo el servicio. Luma está trabajando y Luma está allá
they're
afuera
working
haciendo lo que
and
corresponde y como
out
me
there
comprometí
doing
con
what's
ustedes,
necessary.
vamos a seguir haciéndolo
As I
hasta
committed to
que toda
you,
la
we're
isla
going
esté
to
con
continue to do
servicio.
what that until the power is restored. Okay. Let's go here. This is global news. Hurricane Ernesto, Atlantic Canada, may only see outer bands of storm. Are we going to go to the next one? There we go.
Ernesto is expected to make its way towards Canada, and officials say Newfoundland and Labrador could be impacted as early as Monday.
The saving grace right now is that it looks like the core of the strongest winds associated with Ernesto should remain offshore, but we're still going to see some large waves approaching the coast in the overnight hours of Monday into Tuesday.
Ernesto is expected to pick up speed as it moves over colder water throughout the weekend. As of Friday, Environment and Climate Change Canada says the storm is more than 1,500 kilometers from Halifax, and its winds are raging at 155 kilometers an hour.
Okay. At this point, I do believe the storm is getting very close to Canada. However, it's not clear whether or not it will make much of an impact on the area. Let's just quickly look at this, as it did in fact go through the Atlantic rather than making landfall in the United States, and wound up actually hitting Bermuda after going through Puerto Rico. Let's go to this. This is CBS News a day ago. Hurricane Ernesto makes landfall in Bermuda.
Oh my God!
Holy shit.
The effects of Hurricane Ernesto already being felt in the United States.
I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Swells from the powerful storm washed this house in the Outer Banks of North Carolina into the ocean, and dangerous rip currents are likely today along the beaches of New York and New Jersey. Ernesto is currently a Category 1
Wait, that was in North
hurricane
Carolina? That was just from like the remnants of the storm hitting North Carolina? Hold on.
Felt in the United States. Swells from the powerful storm washed this house in the Outer Banks of North Carolina into the ocean, and dangerous rip currents are likely today along the beaches of New York and New Jersey. Ernesto is currently a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 85 miles per hour. It was a tropical storm when it skirted Puerto Rico earlier this week, but still took its toll, knocking out power to about half of the island's 1.5 million energy customers. This morning, Ernesto is bearing down on Bermuda, which began seeing tropical storm force winds and dangerous flooding on Friday. Dave Malkoff is in Bermuda, where understandably the signal has been shaky. Dave, we're going to give this a shot. Hopefully it stays with us, and you do as well. Good morning.
Yeah, we'll try to walk you through this, Dana. This is an unusual situation where we can actually bring you in to the eye of the hurricane. This is Ernesto's eye. This is some damage that was left behind. A wild night last night as it...
Oh, the comments are really getting me here. Ruh-roh, Raggy. How do they get that back? That isn't a houseboat. No, it's not a houseboat. It is not. Well, it is now, I guess. It wasn't. It started off as a normal house and then suddenly, and perhaps unwillingly, became a houseboat.
Coming in the overnight hours, making landfall just around 5 a.m. local time as a Category 1. The reason why we are out in the eye is because the southern portion of the eye wall has kind of broken up at this point. There was the hurricane hunters. They were up last night in the C-130s, and they were seeing that a little bit of dry air was getting into the hurricane, and that broke up the southern portion of the eye wall. But looking on the 250-kilometer radar, we can actually see that the portion is coming around, so we may have to get inside in a little bit. As you know, that eye wall is very...
Okay. Now, would that stay buoyant? No, I don't believe that that house is meant to float. I don't think it's designed to float. I think it's just a momentary floating. All right, let's talk about a place often hit by hurricanes, recently hit by a hurricane. Not do super good with that.
Problem here. The county needs to step up and own it.
Let's go here.
And get this water out of here.
To More Perfect Union from 2 days ago. We went to Florida. The housing insurance crisis will shock you. Something we've been talking quite a lot about in the stream as it relates to the climate, also housing in general. Let's go here.
We got told we had to move in a hurry.
Times of distress, I have a tendency to be rather sarcastic because I always say I'd rather laugh than cry. And that was kind of one of those situations where you're literally throwing all your belongings to the street at one time. You're not being evicted, and your wife's not kicking you out of the house.
Maurice Gutierrez lives in Naples, Florida. His house flooded in 2022 when Hurricane Ian made landfall on the southwest coast of Florida.
One of the strongest September hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades.
Significant storm. Again, a Category 4.
The street will never be the same. You know, trees gone, neighbors gone, homes are gone. And here I am today rebuilding because I won't move. I love this place.
A year later, Maurice got a notice from his insurance company. They were doubling his premium to $7,500 a year.
Jesus
the year after
Christ.
that, it was up to a staggering $9,000 a year.
Woof.
Now, on a fixed income retiree, that's not chump change.
So Maurice decided to drop his wind coverage. Now he's one of hundreds of thousands of Floridians that are going bare. That means they're living with little to no homeowners insurance in a state that is set to have a record hurricane season this year. And what's going on in Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis is a warning. This is what happens when a government capitulates entirely to the insurance lobby. We went to Florida to talk to other homeowners like Maurice. We found out that residents are being priced out of coastal communities, and sketchy insurance companies are thriving under DeSantis' policies.
It's essentially trickle-down economics, but for insurance companies.
And the housing insurance crisis isn't just a problem in Florida.
People around the Bay and across the state are now being told their homeowner insurance policies will not be renewed.
State Farm says they're discontinuing coverage for some customers.
Several major carriers are pulling out of Iowa and other states.
Experts warn the collapse in the homeowners insurance industry could take down the entire housing market with it.
Should those systems start to collapse, or should that business model collapse, it could take down the entire American economy with it. It could take down the global economy.
The water came up to this line right here. At first, it's like, it can't get much worse. It can't get much worse. And then it's like, oh my God, when is it going to stop?
Maurice has lived in Florida for most of his life.
Raised in Miami, so hurricanes to us are, as far as I'm concerned, a weather event. You know it's coming. You prepare. You don't get complacent, but you get used to them.
Nearly 1 out of 5 Floridians is like Maurice. They've been forced to cut back or go without insurance.
That option...
And that, I feel like, is, you know, a trend that is going to continue. 20%. 20% of all homes in Florida are going without insurance. So they either can't get it, they can't afford it. Hold on. Let's go here.
10 years after Hurricane Andrew hit Miami.
It's absolutely for sure, no question about it. It is going to happen tonight.
Hurricane Andrew was, at the time, the costliest hurricane in Florida's history, and it hit the insurance industry hard.
And the state was facing the prospects of incredibly precipitous economic decline, and they wanted to avoid that.
In 1992, Miami was a city of almost 2 million people. Lawmakers didn't want to see the city decline. So in 1993, they held an emergency legislative session and created what would later become Citizens Insurance.
And it was wildly successful. It did provide insurance to people who couldn't buy it on the commercial market. But more importantly, it reversed the flow of people leaving the state. It canceled the possibility of that exodus, and it led to enormous growth.
Citizens was supposed to be the insurer of last resort, but then the state was hit with a record hurricane season in 2004 and again in 2005. As more parts of Florida became uninsurable, Citizens expanded to protect more homeowners. Now, 1.2 million Florida residents have public instead of private insurance. This backstop is important.
If you start to lose insurance in a community, then the home values will drop as a result of that. And as those home values drop, you'll see people start to move away from that community and the tax base decreases. And as the tax base decreases, you have less money for schools, you have less money for infrastructure and fixing potholes in roads and so on. And you start to see this sort of spiral of decline.
I mean, the fact is we should probably stop doing taxes that way. I mean, as the system stands, that is technically all true.
Negative momentum.
A study from the Environmental Defense Fund calculated where the most money could be lost in tax revenue due just to increased risks of flooding. Homes in coastal Florida, they determined, could be overvalued by as much as $10 billion a year. And if this whole video you're thinking, well, luckily I don't live in Florida, here's the national map.
Woof.
But the public model has a major flaw.
It's put more people in the path of risk, so it's increased their economic vulnerability. But it's also affected the way Americans vote. It's affected climate policy on a state level and on a federal level because constituents are not expressing urgency to enact policy to address climate change, to lower those risks, because they don't feel those risks.
It's a good point. If you backstop making bad choices as it relates to the environment, and in terms of housing, putting housing in risk, but continuing to it's absolutely just seems like a logical conclusion. Okay, stop talking about Florida. Well, actually, I take it back. Stop talking about Florida real estate. And instead, let's talk a little bit about Florida wildlife. Here's CBS Evening News from 2 hours ago. Hundreds participate in annual Florida python hunt. The fact they have to do this annually is ridiculous.
Florida's latest Python Challenge ended today. More than 600 hunters were in the Everglades, hoping to catch and kill the most invasive snakes
This is unacceptable.
for cash. CBS's Christiane Benavides.
This is unacceptable. No snake should be this big.
If they're coiled up under this 3-4 inch of grass right here, you would never see it.
The dead of night provides cover for the many predators lurking in the marshlands and swamps of the Florida Everglades.
How's it going?
Donna Khalil is out hunting the hunters.
There's a lot of competition out here.
She's among
Oh my
829
God.
participants in this year's hunt for the Burmese python.
Gotcha! Yeah!
A 10-day stretch when anyone can register and train to remove the giant invasive invader. The reward, $25,000 in cash prizes.
Does it actually make a difference?
Every python removed from the system makes a difference.
Mike Kirkland runs the hunt and the python elimination program. It employs 100 year-round hunters, including Khalil.
Did it bite you? But is it a losing battle?
Are we winning it right now? Perhaps not, but I'm optimistic about our future.
Pythons were...
Okay. Good God. That is... It's too many pythons. Thankfully, there's at least a few insane people out there who are willing to go chase pythons for money. Not that it solves the whole problem, certainly doesn't. Let's look at a different, but also incredibly creepy Floridian resident. Bearded fireworms found on area beaches. This is from 3 days ago out of KIII3 News.
And now this story.
Oh my God, that thing is
Your buddy
fucking
behind
creepy.
you right
Kind of
there.
scary. Kind of
Husband,
Jesus
while you're out at the
Christ.
beach, your worst nightmares might be washing up.
They're called bearded fireworms, also called bristleworms. They've been finding their way onto logs over the last couple of days, and they get their name because of the pain they inflict on anyone who touches them. Experts tell us that it feels like fire for about 3 hours.
Oh, good.
And your skin could be sensitive for weeks afterwards.
Oh, that sounds
They are
fun.
tiny but mighty. 3 News spoke with Jace Tunnel, who is no stranger to the critter. He says he knows to keep his distance from, and he shared with 3 News what you can do if you do come across one.
Thing is when they're
I
wet,
suggest do not touch them.
when they're wet and they got the hairs out, they look way less creepy than when they're dry and you can see the fucking spikes. That changes very quickly.
If you have a stick, you can pick it up and put it in water, and it totally changes what it looks like. It has gills all over its back that look like fur, and then the spines really
my
come out,
God.
not only on its back, but for its feet. And so, other than that, take photos. Don't try to touch it.
Yeah, Jay says if you do get stung, to use tape to get the bristles out. Then alcohol.
I would just recommend not touching those things if I were you. Fucking creepy. Okay. Enough wildlife. We went from the cutest wildlife to some of the creepiest wildlife. The Earth truly is a cornucopia of fascinating organisms. Now, let's go across the ocean to Europe. In Spain, specifically, where a wildfire is advancing on 3 fronts in Madeira, causing people to evacuate the area. So here's Associated Press from 10 hours ago. Jesus Christ. That is terrifying. You just, this whole hill, like looking up at that hill and thinking, oh shit, that's the whole hill. It goes from the bottom to the fucking top. Just standing underneath it like, oh my god, that is this daunting image. Jesus Christ.
Mas vi agora, está nesse mundo muitos bombeiros que possam estar disponíveis para combater
foi a noite de ontem e não só o fim da tarde.
Do we have more footage of this? Yes. Yes, we do. Let's just go straight to that. This is from Euro News. I think they also talk about the fires happening in Portugal as well. In fact, we might have just been looking at Portugal a second ago.
Wildfires have been raging through Europe as Portugal and Spain have been particularly hit. A fire which has been burning for the past 3 consecutive days is still ongoing on Madeira Island, with 3 active fronts according to Madeira's civil protection. In response, Lisbon sent a special force of 80 firefighters to the autonomous region. Whilst the central parish of Serra de Agua is hit with landslides following the fire. Hundreds of people have been evacuated as a precaution.
Fire and then landslides?
Several walking routes and leisure areas have also been closed in Madeira. In the northwestern Spanish town
That's just adding insult to injury.
of Trabazos, a wildfire close to the border of Portugal broke out on Saturday, causing the evacuation and the closure of a national road, according to the...
Okay. Now, there are other fires that we are going to be looking at in Europe happening right now. Before we go to those, we're going to talk about the Mediterranean Sea, which is experiencing intense heat just in the area generally, but the sea itself has hit record temperatures in recent days. Let's go to France 24 English here. I think this is in Spain.
Spanish beachgoers seeking cool reprieve from the summer's heat may have been surprised when they dipped their feet in the water on Friday. The Mediterranean Sea hit a new heat record, topping its highest ever temperature for the 2nd year running. The daily median water surface temperature reached 28.9 degrees Celsius, compared with 28.7 degrees Celsius last year. But the warmer waters weren't displeasing to all.
The sea isn't too hot. It's better than the sea being too cold. I like it a bit more. It's better for tourism, holidays, and all the people who are here.
The record comes on the heels of a scorching July over large parts of the basin. And
It's Portugal, not Spain? I know at least part of it was Spain. But honestly, Euronews said it was Turkey in their title, so at least I'm doing better than them. At least Spain and Portugal are right next to each other. Turkey's on the other side of Europe. I'm doing better than Euronews, okay?
experts, the news is concerning. Overheating of the sea prevents the air from cooling at night and encourages heat waves. Warmer water also leads to higher mortality rates among many fish species.
Of course I'm worried. Not only are we suffering, but also the ecosystems and the animals that live in the water. All of us who live on Earth are suffering right now because of global warming.
It's a much more sensible take than the other guy. He was like, the heat, it's dope. I love it. It's sweet. Totally sweet. It's great for tourism. Feeling it. I mean, he wasn't talking exactly like that. It was also in Spanish. But it was the vibe. It was the vibes. Alright, let's go a little east to Italy, which is also bracing itself for an intense heat wave as it issues red alert warnings.
On Wednesday, Italy's health ministry issued a red alert warning for 22 cities, making the days leading up to the public holiday of Ferragosto on the 15th of August among the hottest this summer. Under the Bollino Rosso alert, the highest warning level, everyone is exposed to the risks caused by extreme temperatures. People are urged to avoid direct exposure to sunlight during the hottest hours and stay hydrated. The Lazio region, which includes the capital Rome, has issued an emergency plan to tackle the effects of heat waves on people's health. In some cases, there has been an increase in the number of emergency care treatments for heat-related illnesses. Several hospitals...
Okay. Yeah.
So hot right now.
Very hot right now in Italy. Expected to get even hotter. Causing great distress for many people. Let's go here to Greece, as those fires outside of Athens are still going and forcing more people to evacuate recently.
Let's turn our attention to Greece now, and today the country is counting the cost of devastating fires outside Athens that claimed one life, forced thousands to flee their homes and took 3 days to control. Greece's Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has promised swift support for those affected by the fires. Meanwhile, the country's fire service has warned against complacency as high temperatures and winds risk flare-ups or wildfires. Let's speak now to our correspondent Azadeh Mashiri, who's in one of the affected suburbs in the northeast of Athens. How is the situation there, Azadeh?
Well, I'm here in Patimokalandriou, and as you mentioned, it is in one of the affected suburbs. And as you can see, some of the fire ripped through the area in this neighborhood. And you also mentioned that at least one woman has died from these wildfires. She was actually found, her body was found around the corner in this area. Now, the government is trying to take stock of the damage, and especially to damages to homes as well as businesses like the one behind me. Now, this was a building that sold construction materials. It was also a consultant. It offered services to people in the community, and we spoke to the owner, who said officials have visited and promised that the owner of this business, given the kind of damage you can see here, the rubble, they will receive support, financial support, quickly in order to rebuild. That's exactly what you mentioned in terms of what Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has promised. He's promised that there will be swift support. And yet, how do you prevent something like this actually happening? Well, scientists say that climate change has a big role in all of this, that it increases the likelihood of the dry, hot temperature that we're experiencing here in Greece, that is likely to fuel wildfires like the kinds that have devastated so many homes and businesses here around and in Athens.
Yes, yes, she is right about that. Ay, ay, ay. Now, let's go here. Boy, how are we doing on time right now? 3.5 hours in. Alright, let's go to Bosnia, where extreme heat and drought is devastating Bosnian crops. This is from AP Archive from 9 hours ago. Now, a lot of these AP Archive videos don't have any audio or don't have any translations. So, I'm not going to be able to tell you what anybody says in this video, as they all speak in Bosnian, a language I'm not very familiar with. As you can see, it's quite dry. And does not look tasty.
So hot right now.
Now, I'm just gonna move past it because it's just a bunch of people talking in Bosnian about the corn, but I have no idea what they're saying, as you can see. However, this heat is causing something else. Wildfires. Let's go here. Helicopters used to contain wildfire cutting through Bosnian National Park. You can see it's in a very mountainous area. Pretty difficult to manage fires in these places. Okay. It looks like the corn that doesn't go bad. That's just decoration for Thanksgiving. Could be like cow corn or something like that. Maybe not intended to be consumed by people. Let's go here. Near Bosnia and Turkey. They are also dealing with wildfires. Perhaps that's why Euro News. Oh, Omegastar got third on Twitch. Well done, Omegastar. Well done.
Right now.
So hot right now. Better hydrate. Okay. By the way, can people hear the sounds that the Twitch notifications make? I've been wondering recently. I honestly, I don't rewatch my videos pretty much at all. I should. I really should. And they would probably help with clipping them. But I think somebody said that they couldn't hear them recently, and I changed something. I'm just wondering if anybody heard that last notification. Because the fact is I can hear it, and the fact that I can hear it, and that maybe people can't hear it, is a problem. So, it should be audible on both Twitch and YouTube. Ow. Whoops. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go to this next one here in Turkey. You didn't hear anything? No, that's bad. Oh, that's annoying.
Firefighters in Turkey continue to battle multiple blazes burning for a third day across the country's west. The Disaster and Emergency Management Directorate says more than 131 forest fires have erupted in the past week. Most have been brought under control, but 5 major fires continue in the provinces of Izmir, Aydın, Manisa, Karabakh and Bolu. Thousands of people have been evacuated from the affected areas, but there have been no reports of any casualties.
Okay.
Abu Hamad in northern Sudan's River Nile state is known for its often dry conditions, but this year rainy season has changed that.
Okay, let's go to this next one. You hear on NCC? What do you mean you hear on? You can hear the Twitch notifications on NCC? Yeah. I know. But I just want to make sure you can hear them on this stream. Fact is, we don't have a lot of Twitch notifications that happen on any particular streams, and I guess I just haven't been checking with anybody as to whether or not they're working. Alright, let's go to Sudan. As recent floods have displaced more than 20,000 people.
El Sir Imam's house was the dream home for him and his family, But all that remains of it now is debris as a result of the torrential rains and floods that hit the region for the first time in recent years.
I came in the morning to see this horrific scene. My comfort is that I have escaped with my life. Only the house gates remain standing. The rest has been leveled to the ground.
Officials say dozens of people have been killed and more than 600 injured. Thousands of homes have been either partially or completely destroyed here in Abu Hamad, leaving their owners without shelter. But those in need exceed the ability of the state to provide tents for them, with only 10% of the 10,000 tents needed provided so far. The shortage has forced some to seek other ways to protect their families from more expected rains and floods.
Princess Mononoke just gifted a subscription just now. You can see them, but you can't hear them. Yeah, I didn't hear that one either. Why is this happening? Thank you for gifting a sub. Who did you gift that sub to? I can't even see it because I don't have my Twitch browser open right now. Twitchy Smegly just got a tier 1 sub from Princess Mononoke. Okay. Let's go from Sudan to Russia, where a powerful earthquake has hit off the far east coast as a nearby volcano erupts. That's explosive. Jesus.
Проснулись от сильных толчков, даже не успели толком одеться, сразу выбежали вниз.
Hold on. What did she say? I think she said we woke up. Yeah. We woke up from strong tremors. Didn't even have time
Даже не успели толком одеться, сразу выбежали.
to get properly dressed and immediately ran downstairs. Good
Здесь на мосту через реку Кабеку визуально выпал.
I'm on the bridge over the Kabeku River, and I can see that a layer of ash about 2 to 3 millimeters has fallen. Yeah, you can kind of see that, can't you? We can see that the ashfall continues. It smells of burning. The aftershock process will continue for quite a long time. In the coming days, we can expect quite strong, distinct tremors in Petropavlovsk and Kamchatsky. Okay. So Turkey sounds like IKEA, I guess. I mean, Nightbot's saying it. Okay, let's go here. Let's watch this. This will be our last video of the environmental half. Here's PBS NewsHour from just a little while ago. Underwater sculpture installation. Highlights effects of climate change. Wait, no, not this one. Assault on your ears? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Visitors to a new art installation in the Caribbean will need to take masks and oxygen tanks. Called A World Adrift, the underwater sculptural exhibition is the work of a British artist who wants to highlight climate change with India. Special course on Malgrab reports for our ongoing coverage intersection in climate and our space campus.
With black, but latest is more exotic most, the shallow Caribbean.
For me, it's really important. It's a way of telling stories about the sea. It's about our relationship to nature and looking into this fascinating space where colors are different, refraction is different, textures, formations, evolution, even how you feel is completely different.
Kavanagh Studio in the county of Kent, southeast of London, is currently empty. The sculptures and the message they convey are being installed on the sea floor. What's left behind are his preparatory models.
This is trying to get an idea of what the larger pieces are going to look like once they're underwater. So we try to replicate the water, the surface texture, how light will penetrate through that, and how again the organic transformation will adhere to the figures.
That's
and
really
change how they
cool.
look.
This is where you.
That's really cool. Do you see the way that the light refracts off the top? Because it's like shaped like waves, right? You can see that. You can see that, right? Like, oh my god, that's
Transformation will adhere to the figures and change
that's
how they look.
crazy.
This is where you'll be able to find the installation, nestling in the turquoise waters of Carriacou, one of 3 islands that comprise the small nation of Grenada. Paradise in peril.
They're small boats. They're made to look like they're fabricated in origami. They're actually made in marine stainless steel, and they encompass
Oh my
these
god!
local school
Why
children.
is this lagging
And they
again?
have sails which also sort of depict.
Why? Why are you lagging again? This is unacceptable. Oh, this is pissing me off so much. It was doing good. It was doing good for a second. And now it's totally fucked again. Not sure what I've been doing wrong lately. I wish I knew. Be right back, chat. Sorry. Actually, I take it back. Hold on. Why is it? It looks good again. What is the problem? It looks fine right now. What in the hell is the problem?
Messages about climate change, but overall, it's meant to sort of show this fragile future that we're building for our young communities, and how imperiled they are.
Climate change is a constant theme of Taylor's work. In sight of Britain's Parliament, these four horsemen of the apocalypse are speaking to power, sending a message to governments everywhere: reverse the pace of climate change and stop the waters rising. Not far from Taylor's studio in Whitstable, on the North Kent coast, is the sculptor's expression of anger at pollution exacerbated by climate change. This work, sitting on the shingle, is in solidarity with wild swimmers and fisherfolk whose livelihood is dependent on some of Britain's finest oyster beds. Just like the Caribbean, wet old Britain is suffering from climate change in that it's raining even more than ever before. And when it rains, Britain's antiquated sewage systems just can't cope, and the water companies are pumping record levels of sewage into the rivers and the seas. How can art affect climate change?
I'm not sure art can affect climate change, but it can certainly change our attitudes towards it. And so with this particular installation, I'm really hoping that it will demonstrate how fragile some of these small Caribbean nation islands are, and how at risk they are from hurricanes, rising sea levels, warming seas, which have a very detrimental effect to the coral reefs.
And the warm seas also have a really serious effect on making...
Yeah, I just thought this was a very interesting art installation that he's doing in the, just, in nature, with a clear message attached. It only buffered for like 5 to 10 seconds this time. I don't understand what the problem is. I wish I knew what it is. I'm gonna have to do more digging into what's causing the problem. Probably gonna have to do some sort of a bunch of test streams tomorrow, maybe, to see what I can do to make it the least laggy. God. All right. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you've already done both of those things, and you still want to help out the stream, well, you can do that by becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. Just a few dollars a month. Whoops, that's not how you do that. There you go. That's right. On Patreon, you can get access to all sorts of super sweet space benefits while also supporting the stream. Check it out, as the base tier only costs $3 US a month. That's right. It'll allow you to hang out here poolside with the rest of the patrons and myself, or at the bar, other places here, and galactic shoutouts, exclusive content, and more. Alright, chat, last galactic intermission, then we're gonna wrap this puppy up.
shit. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm back. Calling all space fams. This galactic intermission is coming to an end. The final half is commencing shortly. Alright, what? Where do we start? Start in space. That's right, we got space news for you. Multiple instances of space news. Let's start here. I think some of you may have already seen this one, but let's go here to the Guardian news from 4 days ago. NASA releases time-lapse capturing red and green auroras over the Earth. Truly is magnificent, isn't it? And we see auroras here, well, floating through empty. Now let's go here to ABC from 19 hours ago. NASA's rover again was changing her name. I might not fly again. I can't tell that it's lagging right now. The stream, I'm behind on the stream. Like usually I have this on low latency, but I think it's to normal latency. So I'm like 15 seconds behind the stream. Oh God, it is lagging. Why does this keep happening? I guess it's not that bad. Could be worse. Just keep starting and stopping for no good reason. Oh right, I gotta read this. NASA's Perseverance rover began a months-long steep and challenging ascent by Mars crater, the space agency announced Wednesday. Perseverance rover is the centerpiece of NASA's Mars 20 work to get data. About a minute. The spacecraft has 2.5 during the marches over great floor beginning the week August equals at western of the Challenger. Perseverance will rely on auto navigation capabilities while encountering slopes of up to 23 degrees of the pre-planned path. Okay. Cool. I'm sure that means we'll be living on Mars any day now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. Wait, it's still glitching badly? Okay. Okay then.
You suspect memory issues? What do you mean? You talking about with my computer? Because I have an incredible amount, well, not incredible, but I have a great deal of memory on this computer. $64 gigs to be exact. So I'm pretty sure that's not the problem. It could be multiple things. May have to do with the fact that my bit rate is too low, because I'm multi-streaming, so it may be that it's being degraded due to the fact it's having to stream to multiple places and the bitrate's not high enough. That's one thing I've been considering. I also, with all the things I'm doing all at once, my CPU is being taxed pretty hard. Alright, let's go to this. It's actually in our title today. Huge news. New study finds potential alien megastructures known as Dyson spheres. I'm just gonna keep hoping that this thing starts working. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna go through
A group of
try and
researchers say
figure
they've
out what's wrong.
identified at least 7 stars that might be surrounded by super advanced alien megastructures known as Dyson spheres. Yes, I said alien structures, and I know what you're thinking, but just stay with me here, because the basic idea was this. Superior intelligent life might build big structures around their home stars or planets as a way to harness or reuse that energy. A 1960s physicist who came up with this idea, Freeman Dyson, argued that if these structures existed, there'd be so much energy that human scientists on Earth could probably spot it because it would emit a lot of infrared radiation. So in this new study, researchers say they found 7 sources glowing in the infrared, those are their words, but couldn't find an obvious explanation for why these sources are glowing so much, which could mean they're Dyson spheres or something else entirely. And what I'm saying is, what? Space is so crazy. I wish I understood it better. So let's talk to a scientist to help wrap our heads around this. I'm joined now by Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide, as well as the Claire Tow Professor of Physics and Astronomy at Barnard College of Columbia University. Professor, first of all, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I tried to explain it a little bit. That was my very dirty version. I was going to be like, yeah, but I'm an English major who just had Google. You have a PhD in physics from MIT. So how do you explain Dyson spheres?
I think there was an excellent explanation. If you look at where we are relative to the sun, we're very far away. We're the 3rd planet in. And imagine the light that we try to collect, let's say, with solar panels on people's homes or on any roofs to collect that energy. Imagine if you got really close and you caught everything the sun was emitting. It's just a tremendous amount of power. And so Freeman Dyson was thinking about this. Actually, he was originally inspired by sci-fi. written by Olaf Stapleton like decades earlier. And his idea wasn't so much a solid sphere. It was really like satellites in orbit, a network of things that would be orbiting and would...
It is lagging really bad. Ew. That's way worse. That is so much worse. How much of this is wild speculation? A huge amount. A massive amount of it is wild speculation. It could also be one of like another half dozen things. Oh, this is depressing me. This is making me really sad. And the fact is, looking at the like, I can see the video perfectly fine, right? It's playing perfectly fine on my computer. I can't tell when it starts lagging. I have to watch the monitor that I have that's watching the stream to be able to even know when it starts doing this. It's only the most annoying thing ever. Oh God. I don't want to do this, but there's no point in me just continuing to do this all. Wait, I'm right? I'm right about what? Since I'm so far behind chat, or chat so far behind me, I don't know what you're talking about. But, God. This thing just keeps fucking up. And I don't know what else to do about it. Aside from end the stream. Maybe try to restart. Could do the global news half by its own. Which I guess I'll do. Because I am tired of dealing with this. Keep starting and stopping. I'm sure nobody here is enjoying that either. I'm shocked you're all even continuing to watch it like it is. It's very frustrating to me. Alright, chat. I will... Oh, God, and it's 2 a.m. I might have to just wrap it up here, chat. This is bugging the hell out of me. This is the third time I feel like this has happened where we've had to cut the stream short in the last week because of technical problems, and that's really making me sad. I'm probably gonna, honestly, because this is bugging me so much, and tomorrow's the DNC. Well, technically today is the DNC. I'm probably gonna start my stream back up right now. But it's not gonna be a serious stream. I'm just gonna try and figure out what's wrong with my with the stream itself, and why it looks like it does. It hasn't always been like this. It happens randomly, and there's got to be a solution to it. That's my feeling, at least. Anyway, I hope everybody enjoyed things. You know, I will do this, even though it'll probably lag also. Can't not do this. Ugh. Well, I hope you all had a good time here at this galactic stream tonight. That's gonna be it for me, unfortunately, but till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
Can't forget these folks. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoip, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasa G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped in the making of this show, but your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too, just a few dollars a month. That link in chat.
Do you know what we're here for? Taking parts. Oh my gosh. Illegal.